Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, my friends. Can everybody hear me? Happy Thursday. Beautiful sunny day here. Hope you guys are having lovely weather wherever you are. If it's nighttime, then hopefully it's not sunny because that would be weird. Yay, we have Wifey is here. We have a new YouTube name for Wifey. Shout out to Super Planner Girl as well. And hi, Andrea Collins. Look, Andrea was here and posted a comment way earlier in the day. I'm happy to see you. Thanks everyone who's here, being here. Yeah, run. She's yeah, that's right. It's triple R. Love that. Also, that does have like kind of an echo of isn't there a thing with like railroads where it's like RRR has something to do with railroads? It's kind of crazy too, right? Like, huh? But the RRR is catchy. I like that. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Janie, and she didn't ever join the Discord because he didn't she didn't know how and stuff. I don't know, so I don't have any way to reach out to her. But I agree. I don't know what happened to Janie. Yeah, I hope she's okay. And Janie, if you're listening, we still miss you over here. Hopefully she's okay. But yeah, I don't know. Hi. You guys, that's my mom. Mom, just so you know, T-Pain, aka Wifey, changed her YouTube, so she's now the Run Red Rabbit. So and she has a command here from Nightbot. Daniel's not here, but Daniel also has a command. Since my mom's here, I'll just put that in the chat too, or rather Nightbot will. There's Daniel's command on the screen. Mant. Shout out to my brother. Oh yeah, so my mom doesn't know. Mom, they know the Nightbot, or they know the knife wielder story. They know the knife wielder story. So they also heard the minivan story from the Outer Banks with parking the minivan and getting stuck. Oh, Wifey says to my mom, oh my God, hi, I love you. You don't know me, but I love you so much, and I think you're the best mom in the world. That is so sweet. Chelsea's on the list. They all, you guys are amazing. Yep, the list. So they they know all the times where you there was the other time too, yeah, where you just would laugh. Me in airports. So yeah, so we'd have fun with these different tangents and the different stories and stuff. What other stories? Oh, they've heard the bear story. That's a more recent one of all the different stories. My mom's laughing. Yeah, so this is the finale of the series, and I hope you guys like it. I have a nice little ending there on this video that I think is pretty cool, and it should be a little bit of a shorter one, but we're gonna have the jury instructions, which I freaking love jury instructions. I know most people probably find it boring. I love it. And then we're going to have the verdict and the sentencing. Oh, and there's also the press conference with the prosecution. And then we will jump into the next part of the series. I'm so excited. You guys know from the Gloria Satterfield stuff, the court documents are insane. And also, Super Planner Girl is actually traveling to Greensboro for unfortunately, it's her funeral. But that's why she is packing. And hopefully I'm actually going to get to meet her tomorrow. So, I didn't know that. So Super Planner Girl's been sending everybody gifts. I didn't know that Wifey also got a gift from Super Planner Girl, but Super Planner Girl sent me, you guys have probably seen that amazing stuffed chicken that plays the song. Also in the Discord for the Chad, where it's the Chad Daybell tab, I put in there the video I've referred to of when Chad and Lori met, and he gives that speech. And I also included a video of Lori singing Jeff Buckley's Hallelujah, but with Julie Rowe lyrics. So, oh, DSN, where's DSN? We're missing DSN. Speaking of which, hold on. Let me fix this real quick. Speaking of DSN, so hopefully he'll be here soon. Yeah, he's bound to show up sooner or later. Yeah, I know. And there were some other STSers who were talking about coming that didn't know. It's so cute. I was there for very, very briefly for the part of the trial, the Chad Daybell trial earlier, like this morning, and like I was there, and then everyone was like, "Oh, we were just talking about you," and apparently DSN was like talking about the channel, or I guess the trial series, and everybody was like, it was so funny because they were all like. The reason I say it's funny is because everyone was like asking like, what's the name of your podcast? And I'm just like dying laughing inside because it's like, like as if I'm a real person, like with a real thing. And it's like, I'm not a professional, you guys. I mean, I know it can be confusing, and I understand that because after all, so I get it. I understand that can make it confusing, but it's a joke. I'm not a professional. So, but yes, so, oh, I didn't get my exclamation point typed correctly. Wifey says you are a real person with a real thing. Thank you, Wifey. So, not to put her on the spot, but Wifey, with her new fun name, Triple R Wifey. That's what she is now. She actually has, is going to be, I didn't ask her permission to say this, so don't get mad at me, Wifey. I'm saying it because I love you. And it's relevant, but Wifey is going to be at some point in the future having a YouTube channel. And the YouTube channel's name will be Triple R Wifey. No, just kidding. It'll be Run Red Rabbit, unless she changes it again. But she's told me a lot about the that sounds like a bad website. Yes, it does. She's told me about some of her ideas. It's going to be super cool. I'm so excited. I'm sure it's going to be fucking amazing, and I can't wait. So, just we'll keep everyone posted on that. But it's going to be super cool. So, she's got a lot of ideas, and I'm really proud of her that she she's letting all the creative Triple R Wifey juices flow. And it's probably going to be the greatest YouTube channel of all time. So yes. Okay. I still love this music. For a Squirrelian's party. So yeah. So what else? Was there anything else? Yeah, the Gloria Satterfield is going to be, to put Michael Scott, it's gonna be Zoppity. And yeah, okay. So first of all, here's what I wanted to do is this. So I'm all about closing the loops, you know what I mean? So let me pause my night driving music. And I'm all about closing the loops. So last night we were doing all the math, and it was not as much fun. DSN seems to have an easier time doing math on the fly. But yes, as far as the shifting in and out of park, and for those of you who missed the segment last night of what the truck is up with this cell phone business, it's time stamped in the video description, but I would highly recommend I highly recommend watching it because, yeah, there's a lot there. And we were talking about, oh, Wifey says, thank you for being you, Chelsea. You're welcome, Wifey. Thank you for being you. Triple R Wifey's going to, I'm sorry, but it's just real catchy. I freaking love it. But also I love that. I like, because it also recognizes and celebrates your new YouTube channel. So, but we were talking about the airplay mode. It's really complicated and confusing. And because the video is going to be a little bit shorter, if you guys want to go over that portion again, we can. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the part that I have planned for today, which is almost kind of assuming that you've seen that other previous part. So, so this is doing the math with the there he is. DSM, we were talking about you. Heck yes. Hold on, you guys.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
DSM is here. Yay. We're so happy to see you. That's awesome. You guys. And DSN, in case you missed it, Run Rabbit Run is Wifey, aka Triple R Wifey now. My mom also might still be here. She was here a second ago, so that's fun. So yes, I'm so happy to see you guys. I love all y'all so much. Let's do it.
It's a house.
There's a chicken.
Sounds like there's some discrepancy over if it's a house or a chicken. You know, it's almost too crap. I didn't ever do It's a Guinea, but oh well. Maybe someday we'll go back and add It's a Guinea. So okay, so hopefully you guys saw the what the truck is up with the self business. If not, and you guys are confused, we can kind of go over it again now. But I'm going to pull up. So this is dealing with that plus the math that we were doing. Remember how we were doing the math? remember, sorry, hold on. I'm just thinking of old Greg references. Remember the boat times? I'm like being like, remember the math times? Oh no. Sorry, I'm choking, trying not to laugh. Just thinking about old Greg references. Oh no. Okay, so before that gets completely and utterly derailed. So here's this nonsense. So this whole thing. So here we go. This is what we did the math, or I did the math. Remember the time? Yes. That's right. That's right. I know. Yes. Oh my God. Okay. So, okay. So he's this chart, dude. Okay. So he's in park from 10 o'clock. Okay. So let's just back up. And oh, that's right. Now I'm remembering Super Planner Girl. I'm having flashbacks because we were talking about how this address is actually not. Okay, hold on. I'm covering up my mouth because I'm like, uh-oh, hold on. For those who didn't catch it, who weren't there that time, whatever time that was, does anyone else see? I'm going to try to spoil it. Does anyone else see where it's highlighted in red, where it says Alex's Suburban turns on a 4147 Mozart? Super Planner Girl, you can't chime in because I know you know the answer. Does anyone else notice what's weird about that? Put your brains, your Einstein brain hats on, or whatever it is. What is weird about that? Alex's Suburban turns on 4147 Moselle Road at 10 o'clock and 30 seconds. What's weird about that? Super Planner Girl can't answer because she already knows. Using the manual. I don't know. Anything's possible, but the thing's the address. Are you guys noticing the address and thinking about that? And while you're, yeah, she knows the answer. No talking. And I'm going to actually, and so the reason I'm saying this is because I'm remembering that from that moment, I was like, oh, I need to do this thing, fill in the blank. I'm not going to say, I'm going to do it now while I'm waiting for you guys to see if you can figure out what is weird about that. Because there was something I meant to do and I didn't, and I'm probably not making any sense. It will all become clear in a second. Don't worry. She knows the answer. Look at all these court documents in my documents folder. That's so fun. I love it. I love court documents. Nothing's better than court documents. Well, sheet music. Sorry. Sheet music's better. And then court documents are second place. what am I looking for? Timeline. I'm looking for the masterpiece timeline. Yes, here it is. Here it is. Yay. So, okay. What am I looking for? Oh, yes. Okay, I need to do a search. You guys can't see what I'm doing, so it won't spoil anything. Yay. Control F. EDB is so funny because she always has a joke about, like, she's like, I'm going to control F myself. It's just really funny. I love her. So, does anyone else know the answer besides Super Planner Girl? Interesting. Super Planner Girl, you're going to know what I'm saying. I'm going to make it, this is kind of fun because I'm not going to, because only you're going to know what I'm saying. But the thing that we were talking about that I said I was going to look for, that I just looked for, that I said I don't think it's in the timeline, it's not in the timeline, which is interesting. So does anyone else? Okay, you guys know. I know you know. Okay. Remember, okay, here's what we're talking about. All right, let's orient ourselves. Okay, we're orienting ourselves into where we're here on planet Earth, planet Murdaugh, and Alex is driving. Okay, let's set the scene. So Alex is driving back from Alameda. He's coming back from Alameda, and he's coming home. Okay. He arrives. Let me ask you guys this. He arrives home, right, at 10 o'clock and 30 seconds. Where does he arrive? When I say he arrives home, where does he arrive to? Where does he arrive to at that time from everything we know? When he comes back from Alameda, where does he drive to? I know you guys know that answer. Triple R Wifey says the kennels. Well, he goes to the house. Gosh darn it. I'm the worst. He goes to the house first, right? Yeah, it's a house. So that's part. Okay. I think we need to go back and review the thing from last night that people haven't seen. So it actually is the house. Like it, hold on. Let me pull that document back up again. Correct, Super Planner Girl. Okay, we're going to have to do that thing. So here's the deal. So let me pull that back up. This is important. Let me find the cell phone pings and the GPS here. So hang on. Yeah, okay, so here I can confirm. Okay, Super Planner Girl, just for your sake, because you know what the problem is here, I can confirm I'm looking at the timeline that regardless of what it says address-wise, our theories on it were correct in that he drives to the house after Alameda. I'm looking at the timeline where it has the pings from the GM OnStar data. And yeah, 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock on the dot, basically. Here it is on this. And yeah, it does put him. Hold on, let me look at the next graph. Yeah, he does. Okay, he does. He does go to the house first. Okay, so there's, yeah. So what we were talking about is how it's interesting that he says he goes to the house. Correct. So here's why it's confusing. Yes, you did go to bed, wifey. So I'm gonna pull it up. Don't worry. So here's okay. Let me pull up that video too. Here's the thing. So what's weird is that address versus 4147 Moselle Road. That's not the address of the house. That's the address of the kennels. So here's what Super Planner Girl and I were talking about, like, I don't know, 2 episodes ago. We were talking about how I was saying how I didn't remember ever them in the entire trial ever saying 4157 Moselle Road. I don't recall them ever telling the jury that the house had a different address. And and I don't remember, like, I think it might have been like in the court documents, but of course the jury wouldn't see that. But like, and I searched the timeline. I did that Control F in the timeline, and there is no 4157. They only call everything 4147 Moselle Road. So I think the point of that is that, so that's why I was wondering, I'm like, well, wait, hang on, like, is there confusion here? Did he not go to the house? Because that 4147 is the kennels. But I think what it was, if I had to guess, would be like, or not if I had to guess, the only explanation would be that they were trying not to confuse the jury, because with 2 different addresses, they might think it was like the neighbor or whatever. Hopefully that makes sense. So in other words, we were always under the impression he goes to the house first, right? Or at least he says he does. And the reason it was weird is because, like, I'm like, oh, well, here it says he drives to 4147 Moselle Road. Well, that's the kennels. But I just double checked it in the from the GM OnStar data, and it's at the house. So they have chosen to put this address for everything, if that makes sense, which is confusing if you actually know the real address, right? But they did it to not be confusing to the jury, I suppose. So, okay, let me pull up. Let's do this. Okay. Here's what many of you guys missed, if not all of you guys maybe missed last night. What the truck is up with this cell phone business. Okay. So we're just going to go over this a little bit briefly, not maybe as extensively as last night, but we're going to go over this briefly. And then it's going to segue into the video I had pulled up initially here. So we know that Maggie's last cell phone tower ping is at, I think Super Planner Girl caught part of this, but yeah, anyway, Maggie's last cell phone tower ping is at 7:50. Wait. Yes. 7:50 p.m. is her last cell phone tower ping, okay? You see where it has Barbara with 3 in parentheses? That's from 7:50 p.m. when she talks to Barbara Nixon. And so here we have these missed calls from Alex. 9:04 p.m., 2 calls at 9:06. We have 9:05, 9:45, and 10:03. You can also see there's the missed call from Buster, and then also John Marvin from the next day. Remember, let's just review this. So her phone, you guys see what I'm saying here? These calls are happening, but it's not pinging the tower, okay? So part of my research on this with what the truck is up with the cell phone business was trying to figure this out. So here we go. Maggie's last cell phone ping is at 7:50. So of course, as per usual, I went back to the cell phone people from Britt Dovefield.
In airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers.
From the Verizon dude.
Why is this, in this particular call, why is it in Greenwich Mean Time?
Because this call connected to Verizon, but the call was not answered on the cellular connection and routed to voicemail.
Okay. So because this call was not picked up, the call was routed to Verizon server, right?
That is correct.
And because of that, Verizon records the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
That is correct.
Okay. And would that yield a time of 9:04:24 in Eastern Time, sir?
That would be correct.
Okay. I believe you said previously column K was the
right.
digit associated with the particular tower I called.
So here, so remember, the last time Maggie's phone pinged off a cell tower was at 7:50 p.m., despite calls registering as missed calls on her cell phone and also showing in the Verizon records. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the tie. Let me pay attention to the tie.
Correct?
That is correct.
Well, here we see in this one in A. Is that what that says?
That is correct.
Oh, yeah.
that
No,
mean?
oh, holy
What is-
crap. How did I not notice that? That is horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Thank you, DSN, for pointing that out. That's really important. Yeah, that's fine. For anyone that didn't finish last, that's fine. So we're going to try to, as far as the stuff that is like the scrolly detective stuff, that's what we're kind of going to go over right now. You know, so that everyone can get.
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower when the
Okay.
call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail. It's
There.
an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
Okay. So a call was placed to the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
And the 90.
Okay, here's what he's saying basically. Look at them. Pooh and Alex are both looking really intently at this. Look at that. That's interesting, isn't it? They don't usually pay that much attention, I feel like. So here's what's interesting. So essentially what it's saying is, so the calls are going through and they're showing up in the Verizon records, but it's not pinging a tower. It's going through on Alex's end, it's going through on Maggie's end, but it's not pinging a tower. And the reason that is weird, well, there's lots of reasons, but one of them is because Alex's phone is pinging the towers. Even when they're both still at the house. Like for example, right? I think even the defense wouldn't argue that when Alex first calls her at 9:04, her phone is on the property somewhere, right? Like, I don't think they would even dispute that. Like, and he's at that point, it's established, he's getting ready, quote unquote, getting ready to go to his mom's, right? At that time. So they're both on the same property and his phone is pinging off the tower and hers isn't. So that's true with all of the calls. Like every call that she gets after 7:50 happens after she's dead, first of all. And second of all, none of them ping off the towers. None of them. Not Buster, not John Marvin.
Your own phone most likely rang, correct?
That is
Or
correct.
actually, sorry, I can't say for sure about John Marvin. I don't want to say anything incorrect. Let me pull up that and look one more time to make sure. I'm fairly certain that is the final cell phone ping, that it doesn't ping the next day, but let me just double check. Are you guys seeing why this is important? I need to just keep this timeline open permanently. I need to just like tattoo it on my face or something, or then I wouldn't be able to see it. Oh, you know what? I'm having deja vu. I remember I've looked for this before. I'm remembering now that I looked for this before and there was not another cell phone ping. So, but I'm going to double check just in case. Never assume you know things, people. So like, for example, because Buster calls her, I remember doing this, but I'm doing it again. Thorough. I'm nothing if not thorough. So Yep. Okay. I don't ever want to say something incorrect if I can help it. Yeah. So she doesn't. So let me just reiterate now. So the calls to Buster and the calls from Buster and the calls from John Marvin and the calls from Alex, none of them ping the towers. DSN says, Poot and Alex looking at the "she brought the heat from Miami" text. That's amazing. That's amazing.
That is correct.
And so Verizon did not record a particular cell tower associated with that call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's finish up with this record. Column M, again, that's the target number, correct? 9041?
That is correct.
That's
And
Maggie.
then we see in column N, as in November, 9041 again, the same number. And what does that mean?
That means the 1227
Alex
number
calling
dialed the 9041.
Okay. All right, and no one answered, correct?
That is correct.
I skipped over column L. It says MT, and what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
Okay, and so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay, all right. And after that 9:04 p.m. phone call, we see multiple more calls to Maggie's phone, correct? Correct?
That is correct.
All right. And are any of those calls answered according to the records that Verizon keeps?
They are not.
Yep.
And that's the number associated with Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And so we see, if we look over in column I, J, and K, we do have cell tower information for the outgoing call from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct.
So that kind of shoots down the thought, like, that maybe it was spotty service and that's why her phone wasn't pinging the tower. But that can't be it because his phone is pinging the towers and he's still home at this
See
point.
a number of other calls starting at about 9:04 p.m. And onward over the next hour or two.
He calls her 5 times. The first 3 calls, he's still at the house. And then one call he's at Alameda. And then actually, sorry, let me say this. The first 3 calls at the house, the 4th call, he's at Alameda. The 5th call, he's back at the house.
Of calls made from the 1227 account, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And back to Britt Dugfield.
So at 9:06:12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 9:06:14, there's an incoming call from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that point, you do not see any more orientation changes, correct?
Correct.
And then we see at line 44,
Yeah, he did text her. He
61,
texted her
another incoming
like,
call, correct?
many times.
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m.
Yeah, so he did text her also multiple times, but just like with the phone calls, the texts also didn't ping the towers. I think some of those are going to show up in what we're looking at, but I was more interested in the calls because I feel like, you know, from the Verizon dude, like they're even saying like the calls rang, like it rang, it went, but it didn't ping a tower. It's so insane, right? So it's like even more extreme to me than like a text message not pinging a tower, even though it still should. But that's what's so crazy about it. But he did text her several times too.
And that was from 1.
So he's saying her last orientation change was at 9:06:51 p.m.
803 942 1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. From what the truck part 3. So this is solidifying. Okay. All right. Now I remember why I included this. I'm like, wait, what is this? Okay. Yes. So this is just reviewing which one vehicle did they all ride together in, the black truck or the golf cart, because this is going to become relevant to then breaking this down, this time period. And for those of you who were here last night, we discussed this at the beginning of the live stream about that time period where he's, quote, at the house looking for them. Now that's probably going to ring a bell for you guys because we talked about that at length. What was he doing? And remember, we also talked about like, why did he drive back faster from Alameda and stuff like that? So, but yes, so we're going to be examining that timeline. And that's why it becomes relevant about the vehicle that they took to get to the kennels.
Mentioned before when we were talking about the tire tracks that you noticed in the dew of the grass, that you were trying to identify the location of those tracks. As part of your investigation in conjunction with Detective Rutland, did you identify this black truck that we see pictured here?
We did.
And I'm actually, because again, this full thing is in the video from last night. I'm just going to skip over that. I'll just summarize his testimony by saying he testifies that the black truck, when they got there and they checked the black truck, and the black truck was not warm or anything. So essentially, I understand that to mean it's like the black truck was not driven recently. And I'm just fast forwarding this as I'm talking. That the black truck wasn't driven recently. So that would mean to me that they did not take that black truck over to the kennels, essentially, which would solidify that the whole family went together in the golf cart. So let me go fast forward it enough. Here we go. Okay. In conclusion, Excelente. In conclusion, Alex drives Buster's black truck to meet Paul at kennel/shed area where Paul has parked John Marvin's white truck too. They ride the property in the golf cart with the firearms, looking for hogs, shooting at stuff. 3, Paul drives back to the house first in John Marvin's white truck. 4, Alex leaves after so he can make sure he knows where the guns will be, in parentheses at the sled. That's funny. At the shed or kennel, and drives back to the house in the golf cart. 5, Buster's black truck remains at the kennels. That would mean that the white truck and the golf cart are at the house. And then 6, the whole fam rides together to the kennels in the golf cart drive of death, as it were. So Alex's lies. 1, Alex says they ride the property in Buster's black truck because they actually were in the golf cart. 2, Alex says they came home before Paul because he actually came home, Alex says he came home before Paul because he actually came home after. 3, Alex says he drove back in John Marvin's white truck because he actually drove back in the golf cart. Nothing is as he says it is, right? Wifey, yay! She says this makes so much sense. Okay, it's going to get crazy though, and I need y'all's help because I really don't know. I need y'all's help. This is a puzzler. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Well, this isn't the most puzzling part yet, actually. All right, from Chicken Business Part 3. So here's the potential scenario C. This was the part where we were talking about how Megan sends him that text message and he reads it at 8:48:50. Sorry, I didn't mean to make a weird sound. I didn't. So I put these up here and I try to make it so that I give myself time to pause it, and then I didn't pause it. So, okay. So Megan sends Paul a text message at 8:48:59. We know his phone locks forever 2 seconds later, right? And he read that text message at 8:48:59. That's not a whole lot of time for him to decide, I'm not going to respond and I'm going to put my phone away, right? Remember, this is important because did he put the phone away in his pocket or not, right? Wifey says, do sound effects all the time forever. So he reads this text message at 8:49, but he doesn't respond. And his phone locks forever 2 seconds later. So in this scenario C, which I think is really likely, phone is still in his hand, means he doesn't put it in his pocket. Now this changes things, changes the time of death, because it would mean that the phone automatically locks, perhaps because it was on 1% battery, right? But the point being this, he's holding that phone to text her back when he's shot. And that would mean his phone doesn't go in his pocket, right? Remember the whole falls out of his pocket thing? It would mean that he drops the phone where he's standing, right? And it falls on the ground in the feed room. But that's not the biggest thing, which we'll get to in a second. So with potential scenarios A and B, the aftermath, this is kind of what everyone had been kind of thinking, right? Initially, that Paul is shot. Okay. The reason being that there's this text message that Maggie reads. Okay. Right. The one about his dad, Alex's dad, is in the hospital at 8:49, like 28. Right. And then her phone locks. Everyone kind of was thinking, including myself until recently, that was Maggie reading that text message, and then she locks her phone because she hears gunshots. It's very likely. I'm not saying it can't be happening. This is exploring other options too. So if that's the case, that would place Paul's time of death between 8:49:29 and 8:49:30, because that would be the reason she locks her phone, right? If Maggie locked her phone after hearing the gunshots, Alex must have retrieved her phone intentionally and brought it with him, right? So in that case, right, if she's reading that text message and she locks her phone because she hears gunshots, it would mean she has her phone with her. And, I don't know if she would have put it in her pocket. All you ladies out there, if you're like me, it's rare to find things with pockets, but if you see it, you snatch it out, but it's rare. So she might have dropped her phone, right, essentially. But the point being that she would have her phone on her person if she was using it, and then he would have had to go retrieve it. Now, remember, if that's her, that's the first and only time she uses her phone since they get to the kennels. That's important. So let me reiterate that. She does not have any activity on her phone. Now, she has stuff coming in, right? She has like notifications or whatever, but she does not use her phone once they get to the kennels at all, up until, if it's her, that time of death message, which is, so that what was it? 8:49:30 or whatever. So, is it sure? Maybe she decided she wanted to go check her phone or whatever, but she wasn't like Paul. Like Paul was actively using his phone, as we know, the entire time. She was not. That's the point, right? Okay, now here's the potential aftermath for scenario C. So if that is the case, if we go with scenario C, Paul's shot with his phone in his hand. Like I said, phone falls to the ground. Maggie would not be on her phone. This changes everything, because that means this is Alex, not Maggie. That means Maggie didn't use her phone since getting to the kennels. This is going to come into play, okay? We're talking about what's going on with her phone. Because remember all the questions that everyone has. Why did he take the phone? Why did he chuck the phone? What happened with the phone? So that would mean that's Alex, not Maggie, using her phone there. So does that make sense, everybody? Because if Paul's shot at 8:49:01, there's no way she's still using her phone 30 seconds later. There's no way. It's just not possible. So that would mean she was already killed, and that would mean Alex is using her phone. And we know that he knows her passcode, right? So he could have been the one using it. And then that would also, well, actually, let me keep playing this. Okay. Triple R Wifey says, keep this on the screen for a long time. Got it. You got it. I know there's a lot. This is the type of thing, if you guys actually really think about this, you're going to be like, holy shit. This is why I have brought these exact pictures up many, many, many times, because this is really huge. This is huge. This was a huge, it was when I went through this timeline, and what really propelled it, it was DSN's question. When DSN was like, wait, when did Paul go into the feed room? And then I was like, well, wait, why did Paul go into the feed room? And that started Chicken Business Part 1, and that started it all. And then I noticed that whole thing about how he gets that text and reads it. And he's holding his phone, and we know from his pattern of behavior, he texted back immediately, and he didn't text back. He read the text at 8:48. Hold on, math. 8:48:59, right, or whatever. It's 2 seconds later when his phone locks forever, and he didn't respond. So I think the idea that his phone was in his hand is very plausible, but that shifts everything by 30 seconds. Right, exactly. Super Planner Girl says, well, because why the heck would she be using her phone seconds or even minutes after her son? Exactly. The only way it's possible for her to be using her, let's put it that way. That's a good way to say it. The only way it was Maggie using her phone that last time, the only way that's possible is if Paul was shot right then, right? I think we can all agree on that. But the reason it's iffy is because what are the odds that Paul reads a text from Megan, who he's texting back and forth, not to mention he's still trying to send the kennel video. His battery's on 1%. Don't you think he's going to be, I mean, and again, looking at his behavior, the odds of him just being like, oh, I'm just going to stand around and do nothing for 30 seconds and literally not text back. And I'm just going to put my phone in my pocket and twiddle my thumbs and wait to be shot. I mean, not that he'd be waiting to be shot, but you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. But that's what would have to happen. He would have to have no activity by choice on his phone for 30 seconds in order for this to have been Maggie on her phone. And that is a possibility that maybe she was going to call the cops. I just don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's think about this. Like, I think her instinct would be to run over there, right? Like, think about this. I'm not a mom, but I can try to imagine. I know some of you guys are. Like, I understand. If you see Alex with a shot, like, okay. If you see what she saw and your child has just had his brains blown out by your husband and your husband is wielding a weapon, while calling 911 would be the rational thing to do, I don't know that that's what people would do. But that would, I mean, I understand. That's a good thought. It's a really good thought. It's possible. I think she would have been running to Paul personally, but I don't know. But that is a good point. She could have been trying to call 911. Yeah, thinking out loud is great. We love that. So Paul was on his phone, but she was reading a text when Paul got shot. So, but the only thing is, if Paul did get shot when I'm thinking he might have gotten shot, like I'm assuming he got okay. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying, what if we're basing the fact that Paul got shot on when Maggie's last use of her phone was, but what if we base it on when his last use of the phone was, when his phone locks forever? That's a good way to put it. I don't know why I haven't thought of putting it that way before, because that's really what it comes down to. If we base that shot on when his phone locks forever, that's 8:49:01, then she wasn't using her phone at 8:49:01. Like she did not have any phone use right until 8:49:28. So there's no way that if he did get shot when I'm thinking he got shot in this scenario, which is when his phone locks, then she was not using her phone then, because she still had another 28 seconds or 27 seconds rather, if that makes sense. Yeah, and we do know that she tried to run to Paul. That's correct. Yep. Yes, that was in trial. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she was running to him. I mean, that, and also that is also how she got the mark on her leg from the Polaris with the mud or whatever. So, yeah, Kenny Kinsey said that the way she was facing was like she was running to him, and then Creighton echoes that in closing. Actually, even Jim Griffin echoes that in closing. He doesn't deny that, but then he tries to add that Alex was running to his baby, which is just horrifying. Okay, let me go on to the next slide here. Okay, if Paul was shot at 8:49:01 and Maggie soon after, which is what I'm saying, I think this is potential scenario C, right? And it was Alex who unlocked her phone at 8:49:26. Perhaps she had left her phone on, this is where it gets interesting. Perhaps she left her phone on the golf cart while messing with the dogs, and Alex didn't realize this until he went to drive away on the getaway golf cart. So remember, she had no phone activity on her end, right? Since they went to the kennels up until 8:49:28. She was not like using her phone like Paul. Again, thinking about women, right? If she doesn't have pockets, I think it's really likely that she would have left her cell phone on the golf cart. You don't want it to get wet, right? If you don't want it to get wet, you don't have pockets. And, what I was saying too is like for me, as I keep, if I'm out somewhere, I'll have my phone in my purse, but you wouldn't bring your purse to the kennels. You know what I mean? So, and they didn't, and speaking of that, they didn't find a purse on her anyway. Like she didn't have a purse. So we know that. So I think it's really likely that she would have left her phone on the golf cart. But let's look at this. So she leaves her phone on the golf cart. All right, here we go. So back to this thing again. 10:34 is the first orientation change for Paul's phone in the full timeline. That's when Alex, quote unquote, tries to do something with Paul's phone and it, quote, pops out, whatever, the nonsense, right? It's the first and only orientation change on Paul's phone is at 10:34. Considering Paul used his phone more than anyone in the timeline, yet didn't log a single orientation change until 10:34, while everyone else logs orientation changes constantly, it is reasonable to draw the conclusion that Paul had two shots by Alex. The first shot was the buckshot, which is 9 pellets to the chest. And then the second shot was the bird shot, which is like, 150 pellets, thereabouts. Yeah, 2 shots. Yep. But they were immediate back-to-back, the 2 shots. Because he makes it like, 2 steps or something forward? It was immediate, yeah. Okay, so to draw the conclusion that Paul had his orientation locked. This is why if his cell phone fell as described in potential scenario C, it did not log an orientation change. Remember, that's saying if he had it in his hand when he was shot, it wouldn't have logged an orientation change. And the reason I'm saying that is because I thought to myself, oh, wait, that can't be because it would have logged an orientation change. And that's when I went through the timeline. I was like, wait, something's missing. There's no orientation changes for him except for after he's dead. Okay. Further, orientation lock can be accessed from the control panel of an iPhone without knowing the user's passcode. You guys, if you have an iPhone, I encourage you to do this right now. If it's locked, tap it or whatever to wake it up, and don't put your passcode in. Just keep it there. And then if you go to the top right corner and swipe down and see your control panel, it's like where you have your flashlight and stuff. Look at all the shit you can access without using your passcode. That's important. That's going to come up with this, what we're talking about right here. You can do Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, like I said, flashlight, airplane mode, orientation lock, all kinds of things. I encourage you guys to take a look because that's important. Anything that you access through that control panel without typing in a passcode, the phone's not going to save that as data, to my knowledge, everything I've researched. Camera also. Yep. Airplane mode can also be accessed, like I just said, from the control panel of an iPhone without knowing the user's passcode. Now, again, if you are trying to log in and it's facial recognition and the camera opens that way, that's different because then it will log that because it knows you're trying to log in. But if it's again that we heard about that in trial, that's different. It knows if it's accessing the camera for the purpose of trying to log in and recognize the face, versus if it's not using the camera for that. But what if someone has the passcode to someone else's iPhone, aka Alex having Maggie's passcode, right? Accessing any settings such as orientation lock or airplane mode via the control panel, even if they had the passcode, it would allow them to make changes without logging data. So there would be no data entry for unlocking the phone, right? And then no data entry for anything that they do via opening up settings through the phone once it's unlocked, right? Yay, Blackwitter's here. Shout out to Ireland. Yay. So, triple R wifey. Yeah, and the camera, I'm trying to remember. I think the camera was activated on Paul's phone. I'm pretty sure, not Maggie's phone. I can pull that up in the timeline. But regardless, you know what though? Here's the thing. That's almost a defense. You know what it is? That's a defense thingy because like trying to distract, because what we know is neither of them had it set up. Because the iPhones back then, like I don't think they were like that wasn't maybe a thing as much, but we know that they both use passcodes. Like they didn't like, okay, here's my point. Neither of them, regardless of like theoretically whatever could happen with the facial recognition, neither of them had it set up to do facial recognition to log in. So it's actually really irrelevant. I think it was just a defense trying to poke a, whatever, create doubt or whatever. As with previous generations, current iOS software and iPhone generations do not record any changes made to the orientation lock. Similarly, data will not show if airplane mode was switched on or off. That's important. I researched this. Let me repeat that. Data will not show if airplane mode was switched on or off. It can only show if a phone is currently on airplane mode or not. Regardless of if he ended up with her phone by accident or on purpose, the only explanation for the missed calls but no cell phone tower pings is that he put her phone on airplane mode, either by unlocking it at 8:49:26, and then by doing so, he would be altering the time of death / proof of life, or from the control panel without unlocking it. This is where I need y'all's help, because Super Planner Girl was kind of talking about this a little bit last night because her husband uses airplane mode a lot. This is really kind of a mystery because the only explanation is that the phone was on airplane mode. It's the only explanation for there not being cell phone tower pings. But the part that's weird is that the calls went through and the text messages went through. That's the part that's weird. This is really kind of a puzzler. And maybe they couldn't find an explanation for this. Maybe, technology, right? Man, we still don't have all the answers. I mean, maybe that's why they didn't explain this in trial. Maybe this wasn't even a question brought up, not even by the defense. So, no one really questioned this. How did the calls come through or whatever? Like, this wasn't even a thing. But maybe it's because no one could actually answer it. I don't know. But it's interesting because it really doesn't make any sense. So let me read this one more time. So regardless of if he ended up with her phone by accident or on purpose, the only explanation for the missed calls but no cell phone tower pings is that he put her phone on airplane mode, either by unlocking it at 8:49:26 and therefore altering time of death / proof of life, or from the control panel without unlocking it, like we said. I know. Is it that's the thing, Super Planner Girl. I mean, I understand. I know. The thing is that no matter what, here's the problem of this. So here's the thing. The Verizon dude did say that her phone, he said that the calls were just like not completed and went straight to voicemail. Now that is what is supposed to happen on airplane mode. Because I looked that up. I was like, what happens like if someone calls you and it's on airplane mode? It should send it to voicemail. So that's not uncharacteristic. The thing that's the weird thing is it's showing up on her phone. Now, here's one thing that we have to keep in mind. Remember, they had that Wi-Fi extender. Let's just include that into the mix. I don't know anything about a Wi-Fi extender, but I know that there was one. I don't know how or if that would have changed anything. But you know how some people have Wi-Fi calling? I've never used this. This is a question I'm just now thinking of. I didn't think of this before. If that could have affected it. Like, for example, if it's on airplane mode, but you have Wi-Fi calling turned on, that could maybe explain it. That actually, yeah, maybe. Because then it wouldn't be using the cell phone tower. I wonder if that explains it. Because again, there were no cell phone tower pings. I wonder if that explains it. If she was using, you know how you can have that toggle on, right? Wi-Fi calling. And oh my God, I think I just figured it out. Okay. That would make sense because they had such crappy service. I think I just figured it out. Sorry, I'm really excited because that would make sense because they had such crappy cell service, right? So they had that Wi-Fi extender. If she had this toggle on of use Wi-Fi calling, I don't even think I have that toggle on because I would never need it. But if she had that turned on and then she put her phone or Alex put her phone on airplane mode, that could explain how the calls go through and don't ping the towers, right? Am I right? And that's, so yes, if it was up, but no one called her during the time where she was live at the kennels. That's the thing. She did not have any calls. The last call she had before Alex calling her at 9:04 p.m. after she's dead was at 7:50 when she talked to Barbara Nixon, and that was, they talked, they had a conversation. No, in other words, nobody called her, not even, like nobody called her. Nobody called Maggie. This is what's sad. Nobody called Maggie between 7:50 p.m. and 9:04 p.m. Nobody called her. And I think only she got one text message, and it was that text message about Alex's dad. She did not get any calls. So I don't think that we can even say what would have happened. And it's impossible to know the answer to that question, Super Planner Girl, because nobody was calling her. Yeah. In other words, I'm saying her phone, I think her phone was not on airplane mode when she was at the kennels alive. She just wasn't getting any calls. Nobody called her until Alex called her after she was dead. But I think the Wi-Fi calling explains this. So when you're saying here, Super Planner Girl, it would register that she received calls. Are you referring to the Wi-Fi calling or the airplane mode? Oh, I think you're referring to the okay, I think I know what you're saying. I think you're referring to airplane mode. Right. So the thing is that's weird is that the calls registered at the time when they came through because her backlight comes on. We'll see that in a second. But like, it's not just like in other words, it's contemporaneous, right? He calls her, her phone has a call coming in. The backlight comes on, her phone's ringing. If she was alive and looking at it, she would see it. It's the actual call and it's not answered. But it doesn't ping a tower. The only explanation, that's got to be it. That's got to be that Wi-Fi extender. You know what, though? You know what that proves? Oh, my God, you guys, I just thought of it. Okay, hold on. I'm not going to say it yet. But, okay, wow. That proves it, though. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the next thing. I'm getting really excited. Oh, okay. So Super Planner Girl says she called her husband once on airplane mode and it did not register a missed call. Interesting. I think like what you said last night, I think it's supposed to tell you when you take it off airplane mode. But regardless, the only thing that can explain her getting the calls, having them go through at the time, and not pinging a tower, it's got to be the Wi-Fi calling. Okay, so, or did he drive off with it in the golf cart? So let me go back to the previous slide because we just had a little bit of a thing. Okay, would he have felt, oh, I didn't pause it. That's why. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Let me go back. Okay, so regardless of if he ended up with her phone by accident or on purpose, the only explanation for the missed calls but no cell phone tower pings is that he put her phone on airplane mode. Right, okay, so we did that one. Let me go to the next slide. Would he have felt confident enough in his knowledge of cell phone / cell tower technology to intentionally collect her phone, the plan being to chuck it while sending calls and text messages just to fuck with the crime scene? You guys, I'm so excited. I just figured it. I think I figured it out more. Or did he drive off with it in the golf cart on accident and panic, putting it on airplane mode in hopes that the data would show, quote, he was never with her phone. Super Planner Girl saying, didn't it look like the calls were deleted? Yeah, that's one of those funny things because it's like they were trying to kind of say like, or as suggested, Alex delete the calls on purpose, but I don't think that makes any sense because if he's trying, he can't both be trying to create an alibi by logging phone calls to people and deleting them on purpose. It wouldn't make any sense. B, I went back when I was thinking about this and I watched all of the interrogation on the night of, and as we know, he says he called people and then he shows them his phone and shows them the calls. So they weren't deleted at that time. So I think it was overwritten. So I don't think he tried to delete the calls to her. And no one tried to delete anything off of her phone. That's the other thing. No one tried to go through and delete her calls. Okay. Or did he drive off with it in the golf cart on accident and panic, putting it on airplane mode in hopes that the data would, quote, show he was never with her phone. Okay. It's going to get better. Stay with me, guys. Remember, he always expressed 100% certainty that her phone would not line up with the GM OnStar data, and he was right. Perhaps because it was never in the Suburban. Remember when I just got really excited a second ago? I was like, I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out because that's the only explanation. The only explanation for these calls happening is the Wi-Fi extender, and it was going through the Wi-Fi calling. And guess what? If her phone had ever been in that Suburban and left the property, you know what wouldn't have happened? It wouldn't have had any calls go through because it wouldn't have had the Wi-Fi extender. That means that's proof that her phone did not leave the property. And that's it. That has to be it. So you think, I think if you have Wi-Fi calling turned on, but it's not in airplane mode, I think it will still ping the tower. I'm pretty sure. If anyone wants to look into that, I'm pretty sure it'll still ping the tower. I think when you have Wi-Fi calling enabled, it's just like if you don't have cell connection, it's going to use it. I'm pretty sure that's the point. If anyone wants to look that up on their phone. So I'm pretty sure. So like, for example, if you don't have cell service, or if you have airplane, or I would imagine, right? Or if you have airplane mode or whatever, where it's not going to use the towers, it could use the Wi-Fi calling. Although having said that, airplane mode would turn off the Wi-Fi, wouldn't it? So maybe the answer is just that it was on Wi-Fi mode. Maybe that is the answer. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if you have it on Wi-Fi mode, it doesn't ping towers. Maybe that's what it is. I can't believe in like going through all this that this was not discussed more at trial, because this seems really important. Either way, this part is true, which would be this. If the only explanation being these calls were made because of the Wi-Fi mode, and that's how it didn't ping the tower, there's no way her phone ever got in that Suburban. There's no way. It didn't leave the property. And this is just showing how she had location services. So I think that's got to be what it is. Dang it. I wish I could have thought of this. I just didn't think of that. I didn't think about the Wi-Fi extender. That was what started it. I thought about the Wi-Fi extender, and then I was like, oh, Wi-Fi calling. I wish I'd thought of that before, and I could have researched it more before this episode, because I think that might really be the full reasoning of all of it. But what I wanted to do is, let me go back to this. This was the original thing. We were looking at this. So, okay, so 10 o'clock and 36 seconds. I forgot to pause it again. Okay, hold on. Here's the sound effects for you, triple R wifey. There we go. Okay, 10 o'clock and 36 seconds to 10:01:17. He's in park for 41 seconds. And then 10:01:17 through 10:01:29, he's out of park for 12 seconds. And then 10:01:29 through 10:01:30, he's in park for 1 second. 10:01:30 to 10:01:43, out of park for 13 seconds. And then 10:01:43 to 10:01:40. Then that's where he's in park for 3 minutes and 6 seconds. So this is that question. What was he doing at the house, right? So there's the last call from Alex to Maggie. So 10:01:43 through 10:04:49 goes to the house, question mark. Why do we think he goes to the house? Oh, wait, I know, because he said so. All we know is he says he goes to the house to, quote, look for Maggie and Paul. But how would that take over 3 minutes, especially considering they weren't home when he left for Alameda? Right. So, of course, that's just logical thinking. Like if you let's going with his story in which he woke up from his nap or whatever and they weren't home. And so he assumes they're at kennels. And then let's say you go to Alameda, you come home, they're not home still. Like, considering they weren't home when you left, you would think they were still at the same place, right? So, oh, we have, it's a house.
It's a house.
So, oops, hold on. So then, there's still more to think about with this, which kind of bothers me. I wanted to have it all solved. But in other words, my thought is he fucking with the phone at that time instead of going to the house, which would make sense. And he could use the golf cart. And also it would explain, and again, all this is on the episode from last night. It would explain the not pinging, but triggering the startups on the Suburban. But then there's this. Why has no one mentioned the towel? That towel. Because, you know, like, remember, if he leaves the kennels, right? Or let's say he's hosed off at the kennels, drives over feverishly on that golf cart, speeds, you know, jets over the house, right? And gets ready to go to Alameda. That would make sense as to why he has that towel, right? He's going to be still wet. And remember, they did say when he was at Alameda that he was completely dry. They did ask that a bunch of times. He was completely dry at Alameda.
It's a house.
Yay. Okay. All right, you guys. Well, we're going to have more to think about with this. I'm going to have to do some research on the Wi-Fi extender and all of that and think about this some more. Believe it or not, here we are. But let's go forward with the next episode. Okay.
Whoever killed her threw that phone on the side of the road. Without a doubt.
You guys see why I included that? Yeah, Jim, that's Jim stepping in it big time at yeah, road trip. I know, right? You guys, when we do our road trip to South Carolina, can we take the tractor and can we bring a chicken and Bubba? We can leave Alex Murdaugh in prison. We don't need him. But you guys, isn't that fucking hilarious? Hold on, I want to hear that again. Hold on, I went back too far. Here we go. Wait. Okay, that's fine. Actually, we started there.
Whoever killed her threw that phone on the side of the road. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Alex, from the get-go, has said, you get Maggie's phone, you get my phone, or you get my OnStar data, and you will not see my car traveling down the road with Maggie's phone.
So let me, I forgot to mention the most important thing. Again, we covered this last night, but the most important thing of it was this. Remember, he does not leave for Alameda until like 9:07 something. Maggie's last orientation change is at 9:06:50. I think that's when he chucks the phone, and I think he chucks him. That was the whole point. I completely skipped over it because we got sidetracked with the Wi-Fi calling. So my whole point was this: he doesn't plan on having her phone, right? I think this is what happened. I think he didn't plan on taking her phone. He gets on the golf cart, and lo and behold, there it is on the golf cart. He panics. I think he chucks it from the golf cart before leaving for Alameda, and that's when you have that last orientation change, right? That's why. It's at 9:06:50. Again, just to reiterate, that's her last orientation change. He leaves for Alameda in the Suburban at 9:07 something. That's why I'm thinking he took the golf cart, because of course, if he took it in the Suburban and chucked it, we would know. So he drives it on the golf. He's already on the golf cart, right? That's where the phone is. Drives the golf cart, chucks the phone, skedaddles back over to the Suburban, gets in the Suburban, goes to Alameda, and that's how he can say confidently with 100% certainty that her phone is not going to log with the Suburban, because it doesn't. And that also would make sense too if we think, okay, maybe those calls were made using the Wi-Fi extender. That tracks, because there's no way her phone could have left that property, right?
not happen. But they didn't contradict anything you said about, I've been asking for this data
Again, I need to research
that
that
would
more
get me out of the circle.
to make sure.
And now we know why it took so long to get the stuff from his car. It's because General Motors, it's because the FBI.
I mean, I
wouldn't
think
go
that
to
no matter
General
how
Motors.
you slice it, there's no way he took that phone in the car with him. I know I said that last night. I'm just going to say it again. Remember, that car was his one safety net, right? Everything else was his own doing. It didn't go to plan. That car was to say, I think what he wanted to make sure of was, if nothing else, he had one thing that he could for sure say had no involvement. He didn't drive it to murder them. He didn't drive it, with Paul shooting. He didn't ride the property in it. He didn't do anything, and he certainly didn't put any cell phones in it except for his own. Remember, his plan was he was going to try to create his alibi using his cell phone and his car. That was it, right? I was at the and remember, it's twofold. He keeps saying to law enforcement over and over again, it's two things. Wait till you get my cell phone and wait till you get the OnStar data. The two things. So I think he made sure that he did not fuck that part up, right? Does that make sense, guys? I just don't think there's any way he would have put that cell phone in that Suburban, which is kind of what, remember, the reason I'm pointing this out is because the discussion the entire time has been, when did he throw the phone out the Suburban window? You see what I'm saying, guys? They even brought in all these experts, and the defense brought in experts trying to refute how fast can you throw a phone out of a Suburban window? And they look at the speeds he's driving, right? When does he slow down? Remember? Think about how much effort, think about this trial. Okay. Think about this trial and think about how much effort and time and energy was spent trying to figure out when he threw that phone from the Suburban, and there was never a good answer, right? You feel me? You following me here? There was never a good answer. And part of the problem was there was no orientation change after 90650. But there was also, so then it was well, maybe it just wouldn't log one. Nobody considered that he got rid of the phone before he left, and it was never in the Suburban. And to me, I'm like, oh my God, but that's the only thing that makes sense, right? What if it is what it looks like? When the phone had the last orientation change at 90650 is when he chucked the phone, and he chucked it from the golf cart. And that's why it was never in the Suburban. Yes. Remember? Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I went over that again, I think last night, but he's on the golf cart, right? It's at 8, whatever. It's at 8:50 essentially, right? Skedaddles, sees he has the phone, panics. He washes off, right? He washes off, whatever. Dogs are still out. Hose is still out. He gets on the golf cart, sees the phone, freaks out. And I think he had already made plans ahead of time that he was going to try to create this alibi by calling Maggie. So I think that's what he does. And meanwhile, he's trying to figure out what to do with the fucking phone. And it's also possible because he had her passcode. Maybe he unlocked it when he did that, when he read that text message. Maybe he turned Wi-Fi calling on at that point on purpose. I need to research the Wi-Fi calling. I'm bringing that up as I don't have answers for the questions involving that. I need to research it. But, and he also could have hosed. Yeah. That's possible. But remember also it was raining too. And he left that golf cart outside in the rain. Yeah, he could have hosed the golf cart. Absolutely. That would make sense too. Absolutely. That would make sense. Yeah. That's a good point. Wifey, Triple R Rabbit. Yeah. And he was definitely hosing shit off. We know that for a fact. I don't think water alone would get rid of fingerprints. But the golf cart was never tested for anything, including fingerprints, it was never tested for anything because it wasn't at the scene. So we'll never know. But water is not going to get rid of fingerprints because they do, crime scenes happen in the rain all the time and shit. So he was, and that was the whole thing. He leaving that golf cart out in the rain at the house, right? It was just, that worked for him. But yeah, so it's it's what, 8:50, right? Or I guess maybe I'll say 8:54 maybe or something, right? And remember, his phone doesn't turn back on until 9:02. That's actually, I know everyone's like, oh, it's not enough time. It's actually a lot of time. If you think about it and you're that would feel like forever if you were him, right? and you just did what he did, it would feel like forever. And think about the adrenaline. That's the other thing people forget. Think about the adrenaline that you would have. Think about the adrenaline. It would explain, all of a sudden his phone turns on and he's on a treadmill, right? Like Creighton says, he's logging all these steps and all that, right? And I think what happens is then he's like, I got to do something about this phone. But I don't think he planned to take it. I mean, I guess, is it possible he planned to take it on purpose to try to confuse the crime scene? That's possible, right? I can't rule that out completely, but I think when we look at that timeline with considering like we looked at changing the time of death, then in that case, it makes more sense that that cell phone was always on the golf cart, in which case that makes it seem more like it was an accident and not planned, right? If the golf cart was or the phone was just left on the golf cart and he didn't plan it. And then that would explain why it doesn't know what the fuck to do. He panics, you know? Yeah, Triple R wife, he's so pumped right now he could do jumping jacks. So, because once he's taken that phone on accident away from the crime scene, I think he just doesn't know what he's trying. He's probably hoping they didn't find it, you know, if anything. But yeah, so then he drives, and actually the part of the thing I was thinking too is we see times where it looks like he's driving past the Suburban because it does that thing where there's a system startup, which means the key could have been in his pocket, but it doesn't turn on. I think he's driving in the golf cart past the Suburban, drives out there, checks the phone, drives back. And again, all that is broken down in the video last night with the pictures and the timeline and stuff. And then he gets in the Suburban and then he goes to Alameda. I just don't know how no one thought of it.
The FBI was up there and they bought a Suburban, they're riding it around and they're reverse engineering all these systems to try to come up reports. And then they come in here and tell you, well, it's not complete, someone's inaccurate, but this is what we got. And during the middle of all that, that's when, lo and behold, we get on started. Thankfully, we did. And the evidence supports everything that he had said from the day he had that interview, or a couple of days. You get the OnStar data, you get GPS data, you get my GPS data, and you'll know.
Yep.
I'm not traveling with
I
her
mean,
phone.
I think it's the one thing he was not lying about.
Never
right?
got it.
The phone was not with the Suburban.
Rode over it.
He needed one thing that could be
the guy
correct,
tossed
right?
the phone in an office.
Yeah.
Doesn't even work for SLED.
Yeah.
Now, as I
100%.
mentioned, Alec asked multiple times. I think the testimony was 5 times. Agent Owen, you know, if you get this data, it will show I wasn't there. And you know, we didn't learn why they didn't get it off Alex's phone until very recently, because you'll remember on June 10th, he gave SLED his phone. Yeah, you can copy it. Please copy it. Because it'll show.
Super Planner girl.
It'll show that I wasn't driving. Now, my phone was not with Maggie's phone at any point in time going down the road, and I did what I said I did. They go off and get an indictment from the Cullinan County Grand Jury.
This part is great, you guys.
Relying upon high velocity blood spatter, relying upon 4 guns having the same load, and relying upon a rain jacket that's got GSR on it, and Alex lying about being down at the kennels. Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks,
You guys.
of those 4 things,
Mortifying. I would run. If this were me, I would say I would turn the phone off and I would just run out of the courtroom and never come back. If that were me. Done. I give up.
I will turn it off.
I don't know how you recover from that.
This whole thing about using Maggie's phone, driving Maggie's phone, throwing Maggie's phone out it's such a stretch for them to come in and try to put her phone in his hand. And then you start thinking through, why would Alec take her phone?
Thank you, Jim.
not
We just
Paul's phone?
talked about
Let's
that,
start there.
right? Yeah,
Why
it doesn't
would-
make sense. I don't think he planned to. That's my point.
Take her phone,
Thank you,
not
Jim.
Paul's phone.
He didn't plan to.
That's the question I don't have an answer to.
I do.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense why he would take Maggie's phone. If there's something on there, he knows her password. Put it in. See what it is. We know from all this phone data, her phone was never unlocked. And he had the keys.
He wouldn't
So
want
if
to
he's
unlock
taking her
it.
phone to
Jen, come
unlock or to do something with it, he did it. And so why? Mr. Waters gets up here and says Maggie was running to her baby. Alex was running to his
Gross.
baby.
Gross.
On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
There's not a book on how to be a juror, but you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom
I mean,
to decide this case.
yeah, the horror, no matter what, is that, regardless of whatever it's saying, that's mortifying. I mean, the rules are you can't have your phones on. I mean, and not only is he an attorney, but he's giving closing arguments. You've got to be kidding me. I would have ran out of that courtroom and never returned. Oh, happy to see you, Iowa Backyard Cam, and I'm so happy to see you here. I'm glad you've been enjoying it and that you've been watching on the replay crew. I'm so happy. We love squirrels. We love you. And thank you so much for being here. I don't know what he was doing. I think let's go back and listen to it again, because honestly, every time I'm so shocked, I've not even paid any attention to whatever it is that is on the phone. Well, let's go back and listen to it. Let's see what it says.
GPS data, you get my GPS data and you'll know I'm not traveling with her phone. Never got it. Up there and they bought a Suburban, they're riding it around and they're reverse engineering all these systems to try to come up reports. And then they come in here and tell you, well, it's not complete, some is inaccurate, but this is what we got. And during the middle of all that, that's when, lo and behold, we get OnStar.
I think it's right around
Thankfully, we did. Thankfully, we did.
Yeah.
And the evidence supports everything that he had said from the day he had
Okay,
that
wait, I
interview.
went back a little bit too far.
A
The
couple
day.
of days. On the phone.
Here we go.
In an office. Doesn't even work for SLED. Now, as I mentioned, Alec asked multiple times. I think the testimony was 5 times. Agent Owen, if you
Let's
get
see
this
what
data,
the phone
it
says
will show I wasn't
when
there.
it comes alive.
And we didn't learn why they didn't get it off Alec's phone until very recently, because you'll remember on June 10th, he gave SLED his phone. Yeah, you can copy it. Please copy it. Because it'll show that I wasn't driving. Now, my phone was not with Maggie's phone at any point in time going down the road.
Yes. Okay,
And
let's get to the exciting part where his phone talks.
And, get an indictment from the Cullinan County Grand Jury, relying upon
Here we go.
high velocity blood spatter, relying upon 4 guns having the same load, and relying upon a rain jacket.
A rain joke.
And Alex lying about being down at the kennels.
Okay.
Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Voice privacy contacts have been updated.
Voice privacy contacts have been updated. What is it saying, guys? Now that we found it, I'm gonna go back and right back to it. Let's listen one more time.
here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Voice privacy contacts have been updated.
What is it saying? Nix me? What is it saying, you guys? I don't know what that is saying.
To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know what that is. Well, I don't know what it
Oh,
is.
that was turned on.
I can't tell what it's saying, so it's hard to know why it turned on. Do you guys know what it's saying? Okay, one more time. Got it.
Alex lying about being down at the kennels. Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Voice privacy contacts have been updated. To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
I'm so sorry. No, that was turned on. I will turn it off.
Oh my God. He does think he has an Android, not an iPhone. So I don't know if that helps. If anyone here has an Android phone, I've never had one. So I don't know if maybe Android people will recognize what the hell that is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it, but it sounds like it's something before that, like mix me contacts. There's another word, right? Did you guys hear that? Yeah. It's just awful. Okay, let's go back to John's letter here.
That's a question I don't have an answer to his baby.
Yuck.
When I look.
Okay, I love this.
But you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom
I love this.
to decide this case your entire life.
I love
When
it.
I looked at this case the first time, I said to myself, this is a CSC case. Now, in our world, that means criminal sexual conduct. It's not a criminal sexual conduct case.
Quick question for you, Iowa Backyard Cam. I feel like, or correct me if I'm wrong, but were you also watching during all the Deputy Heard coverage? I feel like you were. And that's just awesome if that's the case, because you would make you one of the longest people. Because, like, I mean, except for people who maybe were listening to the music before I started doing Deputy Heard stuff, which, as you guys know, only started on accident because of that challenge that somebody said on the EDB's channel, and that whole thing started it all. I never planned on doing any of this. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, I thought so. I thought I remembered you from all the way back then. That feels like a long time ago. I don't even know, when was that, a year? No, I don't even know how long ago that's been. But I remember when I was doing those sidebars, and I was going to read every single sidebar and put it in with the entire trial, and I thought this is going to take the rest of my life to finish. And then I finished it, and then I started this trial coverage for this Murdaugh Murders series. And I was actually just talking about this to Super Planner Girl, and I was like thinking to myself, this is going to be the rest of my life to finish this. And now here we are on the very last episode. Isn't it wild? It's wild to me that this is the last one. Again, we're not done. We're going to do other stuff, but regarding Murdaugh, but yeah. So that's awesome. That's cool. I love that you were following that as well. Yeah, the sidebars. That was fun too. Very fun.
This is a common sense case. And you didn't leave that common sense with you when you came here 6 weeks ago. It's with you now. It's been with you during the 6 weeks here, and you're going to take it back into the jury room. This case is about two things. It's about being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit.
The Velveteen Rabbit.
He's actually going off to college, dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life. Go get the Velveteen Rabbit and read it if you haven't already. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama. Always be real. Always be real. And this case is about that defendant never being real. Bubba! Don't let me forget about Bubba. Bubba! Come here. I don't know if anybody's got any folks that are suffering from Alzheimer's, but when they're asleep, they're tired. He wasn't going to love his mama. He wasn't going to be with her. He was going there because he loves Alex. He loves Alex. And he was going there to create his alibi. At 9:30 at night, use your common sense. The three witnesses that were beautiful, that were uncontroverted. And one was Paul. He didn't testify to you up on the stand, but he testified to Dr. Raymer. And he testified to his phone.
Exactly.
And
yes, DSN, yes.
you're so beautiful of evidence. It's so
I know,
pure.
right? I know. This is so great. It's great.
He didn't know he took that video.
We love
That's why
crazy
he
people.
went down here.
Crazy
And
people
this
are
is beyond
most
all
welcome.
doubt. We respectfully submit. Paul knew. Dad, I got some insurance.
I think this is really compelling.
I got some insurance. Not the kind of insurance you made
Drawing that here.
money off of.
Yes.
Insurance, some
Here.
clients you gave back and some you didn't.
What a beautiful
I got
way to.
some
Wow.
insurance on you. I don't know why you
Nice.
killed me.
How
I'm-
meaningful is that when his dad got some insurance and then he connects that to the fact that that was all Alex did was these, insurance lawsuits. That's beautiful.
Made some mistakes. You heard a lot of good things about Paul too. I know I put your life, your fake life, with this boat case. Your finances are coming out. I know that. But if you go lie and say you weren't down here, I got you. I don't know when it'll come out. Maybe you'll go ahead and lie. But this is going to come out. Paul had that insurance on him. And maybe that's why he was worried about that phone. And you can't make that up. Because
No,
remember I
sorry.
asked David Owens and anybody else in the world know that video was out there except Paul? No, sir. And that's incredible evidence.
Yes.
And it did sit there until law enforcement working together, the states, the locals, SLED, everybody,
You guys.
got it out. And that's great law enforcement. Thank you. Yes, and that's when you take along with all the other. Maggie testified to you. He shot me here. He shot me here. And look at all the shell
Yes.
casings around.
Yes.
Y'all look at them. They're the same ones that Will Loving shot with Paul. They're the same ones that have been
Son
shot
of a
down
preacher.
there. Yeah. They came out of the same gun. That's great direct and circumstance. And finally,
The jury said that they loved
Finally.
him, when the ones that did talk.
and my daughter-in-law, Sally,
This part, you guys, with Tater is
and
my
Lance,
favorite.
still calls my dad Jack.
This part is incredible.
My daughter-in-law been married about 3 months, one of the happiest days of my life, because they were happy. They were watching that kennel video. She and her dog Tater. And when Bubba started to bark, that's what my aunt calls him, the dead Bubba, Tater barked. And Sally said, isn't it something that your best witness in here are the dogs?
Yep.
You know, some people say they got a sixth sense. You
Yes.
think Bubba knew?
Yes. Bubba
Bubba
knew.
knew something. You got Alex to say something. Bubba! Thank God for Bubba.
Yes.
DNA, and that DNA, when people live together, you'll have it all over your shirt.
Yep.
That's not it. But DNA, in this case, that dog negates all.
Yes. That's
Thank
my
you,
favorite
Bubba.
part.
Alex,
Hold on, I have to
Richard,
listen to this
Alexander
again.
Murdaugh.
That dog negates all, and then he says, "Thank you, Bubba." That's why that's why the episode from last night was called "Thank You, Bubba." Let's hear that one more time. This is so good. I love it. I love it so much.
But you know who he loved more than that? You think Bubba knew something? You got Alex.
Yeah, it's the Bible Belt, definitely,
Say
for sure.
something.
Technically, I live in the Bible Belt as well.
Thank God for Bubba. DNA, and that DNA, when people live together, you'll have it all over your shirt. That's not it. But DNA, in this case, that dog negates all. Thank you, Bubba. Alex,
Yes.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh loved. I think he loved Maggie. I think he loved Paul. But you know who he loved more than that?
This profound.
You know who he loved more than that? And who is going to make sure that
Yep.
life, wanted to make sure that life, he loved Alex.
Yep.
And he exercised his greatest
I
power
agree
of
with him.
choice to make sure that life continued.
I agree with him. I agree. I think he did, obviously not the right way, but I mean, I think he did love Maggie and Paul. But I think he's right that he loved Alex more. I agree.
Or try. And he couldn't. And we're going to exercise
I know.
our greatest power.
Wifey, I'm covered in tattoos, and as you know, I had red hair, and not just red hair, red mohawk for a long time. So it's totally fine. It's not good. You get to give people not the finger gesturally, but give the finger. What's the right way to say it? Like metaphorically, as it were, by doing that.
Find you guilty of killing Maggie and Paul. Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, did get a lot of weird comments from people, especially when I lived in Boone, where it's even more conservative, and there's a lot of old timers out there that have never left the hills, and farmers, and anyway, I could tell some good stories about that stuff too. The Boone days. Yay, jury instructions. All right, we're getting close to justice.
All right, thank you. Madam Forelady and members of the jury, you have heard the testimony, received the evidence, and heard the arguments of the state and the defendant. I will now explain to you the law that applies to this case.
Y'all, if you have questions about anything that is being said, now's your chance to ask questions, because this is, jury instructions, the defense and the prosecution for any trial, or if it's civil, the plaintiff and the defendant, they work together to come up with different instructions for, it's a trial or it's a case-by-case basis, but there's stuff that's going to be pretty universal in terms of the law goes, right? So a lot of this is going to apply to any other trial that you guys watch. So let me know if y'all have questions, and we are going to talk about the burdens of proof too.
Under the Constitution and laws of South Carolina, you are the finders of the facts in this case. I do not have the right to pass upon the facts or to even express any opinion that I might have as to them.
Jurors are the triers of facts.
Because this is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine.
If it's a jury trial.
As jurors, then, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, and the weight of the evidence presented during this trial. As a trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial of the case, and I have the duty to rule upon or pass upon the admissibility of the evidence offered during the trial.
Yep.
You are to consider only the testimony which has been presented from this witness stand.
Yes, indeed.
Along with other exhibits and evidence presented during the trial. Any other evidence or exhibits which have been made a part of the record you may consider, along with any stipulations made by counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case. And as the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law. It is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now stated to you, then to deliberate in an effort to reach your verdict.
Now remember.
And finally, I charge you in this regard that you should not be concerned with what you think the law ought to be.
That's really funny. I was literally just going to say this, and then I was like, hold on, I feel like he might say it, and then sure enough, here it is.
What I charge you
That's
that
what I was
the
gonna
law
say.
is.
Yep.
You are also the judges, the sole judges.
Now remember, we know this because they bring this up in voir dire for a reason, right? You probably heard it where they say things like, so, if we give you the law, but you don't agree with the law, you think the law should be different, can you still follow it, right? That's what he's referring to.
Of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses who have testified and of the evidence offered. In considering credibility, you may take into consideration many things, such as the demeanor or manner of testifying, whether the witness had reason to be biased or prejudiced, and whether the testimony was contradicted on the one hand or supported and corroborated on the other hand.
Twitter really wants some pizza.
You may believe a small portion of a witness's testimony and disregard the larger, or vice versa.
Or you could believe none of it, like with Alex.
All these things you will consider, bearing in mind that you should give the defendant the benefit of any reasonable doubt. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine that evidence which convinces you of its truth. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by direct evidence or circumstantial evidence.
Remember,
The law makes no distinction.
direct evidence, it's really easy to think that when you hear direct evidence that they're referring to things for like forensic evidence, like DNA, right? I know I thought that for the longest time, fingerprints, whatever. It's not. That's still circumstantial, which is kind of crazy, right? It is forensic evidence, and it's not direct evidence. Technically, legally speaking, with the law, direct evidence is actually quite limited. Direct evidence, regardless of how we feel about what's reliable and what's not reliable, okay? But the way the law calls it, direct evidence is witness testimony, okay, is direct evidence, considered direct evidence. And then other than that, it's like a video of somebody doing the thing. Like literally, there can be no doubt. Like it has to be, if they have it on video, and then maybe like a confession, perhaps, if it doesn't get thrown out. A lot of confessions do get thrown out. But other than that, so it's pretty limited. So that's a really interesting thing about, right? Because in other words, the vast majority of the evidence that we see that gets admitted, right? Like things that get admitted into trial, it's really all circumstantial. Again, only the testimony that is the vast majority of what we would have exposure to, that would be direct evidence. Because most of the time there's not a video of someone committing the crime. Most of the time, right? So hopefully that makes sense.
Between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be considered.
I bet they don't have Chick-fil-A in Ireland. I was shocked to learn that there's Chick-fil-A's where Triple R Wifey lives, because I thought it was like mostly just in North Carolina, maybe like limited to North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. I had no idea that they were anywhere else, like in the country, really. But I would be shocked if there's Chick-fil-A in Ireland.
Consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right, let's talk about burdens of proof real quick. So you're going to hear these other burdens of proof more often when it comes to things that are pre-trial, unless it's a civil trial. Then you'll hear them a lot more. But just so you guys know, if you ever hear, who all has heard somebody say the greater weight of the evidence or the preponderance of the evidence? Have you guys heard that before in a trial from somebody, or from a pre-trial hearing or something like that? Or even just from like on a show like STS, attorneys discussing burdens of proof. Are you guys familiar with that? Greater weight of the evidence or preponderance of the evidence? And the reason I say that, they're the same thing. They have two different names. Yeah. So that is the lowest burden of proof that we have in the U.S. A good way to explain it, the way that lawyer, actually will describe it, is it's 50% plus a grain of sand. And that's like what most people would say. Like that's like the legal, that's how they describe it, attorneys. So So it's the lowest burden, right? 50% plus a grain of sand. So for example, like in be heard, for example, like with defamation, this is where civil trials can be really interesting. Like defamation, right? For example, where literally you've got a situation where it's he said versus she said. And it's like, some of the stuff that gets really hard to prove in these civil trials. And because the burden is much lower, it makes it really more interesting, because which side is gonna get the results they want or whatever, what the jury's gonna go with is if that's the burden, how that's the standard they go with. If they only have to decide that somebody's at fault, say, with the greater weight of the evidence or the preponderance of the evidence, they only have to decide that something is 50% plus a grain of sand more likely than not. That's it. Isn't that crazy? Probable cause is completely different. That's not a burden of proof in terms of jury consideration. Probable cause is only, that's really we're talking, that's when arrests are made, right? So this is when it's juries considering the evidence for a verdict. So if you think of it this way, probable cause is like very beginning of a case, right? That's what they need to arrest somebody, versus when we're talking about the burdens of proof, now we're at the very end where the jury is deciding on a verdict, basically, if that makes sense. So 50% plus a grain of sand, more likely than not. All right, then you have the medium burden of proof, which is oh gosh, why am I blanking on it? Clear and convincing evidence. That one has a less convincing or clear definition because it's just considered a medium burden of proof. There's not like, they don't call it 75%, say. Like, the way it's described is that it's in between the greater weight of the evidence or preponderance of the evidence, is in between that and in between and then beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the highest standard, as we know, and that's for criminal only, right? We don't have that burden does not apply to civil trials, which is, so if you're looking at civil trials, you're only going to have the two different burdens standards, right? So again, it's the same thing, but two different names. So you've got the greater weight of the evidence or preponderance of the evidence, or there could be the clear and convincing evidence. So if you're in a civil trial, that's the highest burden you're going to have, is the clear and convincing. And that's, again, a medium burden. You're not going to have the reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, is only for criminal. So yes, that's exactly right, wifey. Yeah. And that's, this is why I love talking about this stuff, because it is really interesting, right? But when you see these in action, it actually makes sense. If you watch a civil trial and you see these burdens of proof, it actually makes sense, because it would almost feel unfair, like if the burden was much higher. And part of it, you have to think about it this way too, right? So part of it is because the burden is so high when it's a criminal trial, because that's for the purpose of trying to make sure the government isn't just bringing charges willy-nilly, frivolously, right? So it's like that's why there's double jeopardy. So right, once they bring a case against somebody, if it goes to trial and it gets to a jury, I think I've probably talked about this a little bit before, but they can't bring it again. The only way they can bring charges another time is if there's a mistrial, right? Or if it doesn't go to trial, right? So if a jury votes not, like to look at your Casey Anthony's and whatever, if they give it not guilty, they can't bring the charges again. They could bring different charges, but not same charges. So, and again, they also have the burden. Now, why is that? Well, because they have all the power and all the resources, right? So that's why so in other words, the way that the people who initially came up with this shit, which I don't know who it was, right? It's not the founding fathers necessarily, because this is law related, but like this isn't in the Constitution, right? These burdens of proof say, but whoever it was that first started establishing that, it's clear that their thought was really, again, it reiterates innocent until proven guilty, because in their mind, it's way more important to be like, we're going to assume that somebody didn't do something unless it's 99.999% certain they did, right? And that's why they gave that burden to the government to bring criminal charges. So hopefully that makes sense. And, civil trials are really interesting. Hopefully we'll have another good one coming up that I can cover. I'm trying to think. Does anyone know one that's coming? I don't know of any coming up soon that I guess Alec Baldwin. I don't know when that is, but that would be one. That would be coming up. Of course, everyone knows we just had the Hannah Gutierrez read, and I mean, there's been other civil trials that have already happened. I'm thinking in terms of upcoming. Yeah. So anyway, okay, I'll keep playing this, but yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions about it.
This burden rests with the state.
There we go.
Regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions.
Only if you're an expert.
Exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. An expert witness is a witness who, by education and experience has become expert in some art, science, profession, or
That term
calling,
was used loosely in this trial.
and may state an opinion as to relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide
Yeah.
that the opinion
Blackwater, yeah. So it's interesting with these celebrity cases, like the civil cases. So, for example, you have your Depp v. Heard. Then there was the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, and then like with Alec Baldwin. So I've watched, I watched obviously Depp v. Heard, and I covered it, but I watched it gavel to gavel, and then of course the Gwyneth Paltrow I watched gavel to gavel when it happened, and I really don't even know what movies Alec Baldwin was in. I really don't care. What's interesting is that what I learned is this from those other, from at least those other trials that I've, in terms of civil trials that recently happened that involved celebrities, right? What I can say is that they ended up being really interesting and had nothing to do with the celebrity. And I actually really appreciate that, right? Like, in other words, why people maybe got press coverage or whatever, maybe it was because of the celebrity, but in terms of for like the law community, LawTube community, that had nothing to do with it. The trials were actually really fucking interesting. And you learn a lot from it. And what you see, like the Gwyneth Paltrow one's kind of a good example. What you see is that they're really just regular people, right? And like, I don't know, it's interesting. Now, Alec Baldwin, I don't know. Again, I don't really know as much about him. I think he has a big persona. It's going to be interesting to see, what happens, because he's one that probably would want, well, I don't know. I can't really say, like Gwyneth Paltrow did not want to be, she wanted to stay under the radar. It seems like that's kind of her style. Same with like Johnny Depp and stuff. But Alec Baldwin is obviously making a big show about his whole thing, I'm sure he'll take the stand. I'm sure he'll take, I would be shocked if he didn't. And his attorneys are going to advise him not to. I would be shocked just from what I do know. Blabbermouth, right? Like Alex running his mouth. I remember that when it happened. I remember him running his mouth. So I would be shocked if he didn't take the stand. That would be really interesting. But like, to me, the interesting part is like a defendant taking the stand, and it's not really his, the fact that he's Alec Baldwin or whatever. Yeah, the Hannah Gutierrez trial was interesting. I watched that gavel to gavel, as y'all know. Don't be sad. Wait, why am I sad? Did I say I was sad? Did I say I was sad? If I did, I must have been joking because I don't even remember saying that. But yeah, the Hannah Gutierrez trial was interesting, and of course, I'm always open to requests too. If anybody wants to watch any of these other trials, let me know too. Oh, don't be sad if he walks free. I wouldn't be sad if he walks free. I would not be sad if he walks free. I wouldn't be sad if he gets convicted. I would have no emotion about it either way. I think what we'll see is we'll see a better trial. Like with Hannah Gutierrez Reed, you didn't have a defense that was like, okay, it was kind of a shit show, which I appreciate. As you guys know, I love a good shit show, right? But legally speaking, here's what I will say. That trial is going to be really fucking fascinating. And here's why. He's got a team of lawyers, and he's hired people all over the country, the best money can fucking buy. It's going to be really interesting because Carrie, same old Carrie, right? She's going to have to, it's going to be very different. It's going to be very different. She's not going to be able to get away with bullshit. And it's really going to put, again, having a good defense team like that, it makes for a better case all around because it puts everyone's feet to the fire. It makes people have to work better and smarter, harder, right? Like it's going to be, it may not be as entertaining. It might be entertaining in different ways. Again, like remember like with Hannah Gutierrez Reed, we had that dude with the longest name ever who pointed the gun at everybody and all that. Like shit like that is entertaining. But with Alec Baldwin's trial, it's going to be really good lawyering. It's going to make everyone step up their game. That's what I'm excited for. And so I think because of that, my point is this, because of that, the jury verdict will be really reliable, right? Like the better the lawyering you have, I feel like you can rest assured that there's not going to be anything that could cause like a mistrial or an appellate issue, right? Of course, they're going to try to find things for appellate issue, but in other words, they're less likely to have things. And then the jury is going to have really good things to consider, right? It'll be really interesting. And it's going to be really interesting too, because as we know, Carrie I guess it's in a way, you know what? There's a similarity between Chad and Lori in that you've got a situation where they can't really say, well, it was all this person and not this person, because then they can't charge the other person, which they've already charged. So it's interesting. It's like a balancing act, right? If that makes sense. Yeah. So, and having said that, I did see, again, I don't know. I have no opinions on alcohol either way. Like literally just all I think about is this trial. But there's some interesting videos I've seen. Actually EDB covered it, like that they came out because of some motions, I guess, that are going on regarding his trial. And it's these videos of him, and Hannah's not there, I don't think, in these videos, but it's him practicing some sort of scene. And I guess he's claiming that it was a day where he was doing gun safety training. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's actually insane. It's him like firing off a weapon willy-nilly. I don't remember. I was doing something else as I was watching. I don't remember if it was blanks or what the situation was, but it was like not gun safety training, and it was really reckless. And I don't think Hannah was even there. And like it was a day that was supposed to be like the gun, they referred to this in Hannah's trial, the gun safety trial, like not trial, gun safety training, like as if it's a seminar where they're, it's not acting, right? Like, anyway, it's interesting. There's some really damning evidence for him, for sure, I think. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, yeah, she's a dick too. Yeah, I do agree. I think that it's clear they're both dicks. I will say that much. So yeah, I mean, different states have different policies on this. Like if you think about back to like Sarah Boone in Florida, they have a whole system in Florida that determines how much can be spent on a defense team. It varies state by state. I've said it before and I'll say it again. What makes it different in Idaho and any state really is that it's a death penalty case. And this is why, think about it. There's states that have the death penalty that don't ever bring death penalty cases, pretty much ever. North Carolina is one of them, right? So if you look at a place like Texas, right, for example, where they're going to have more death penalty cases, they're going to have more death penalty qualified attorneys. Think about it, right? Think about this. This is logical. If you have more death penalty cases, you're going to have more death penalty qualified attorneys, which if it's a state, if you're looking at the public defender or, court appointed counsel, they have to be death penalty qualified. Now, again, if you don't have as many death penalty cases or none, you're not going to have that. You're not going to have those attorneys. So if you take a state that is smaller, like Idaho, it's funny because we have two of them happening right now between Chad and BK. But if you look at a state that is smaller, and in general doesn't have as many cases that are capital, but, and also fewer death penalty. The thing about Ann Taylor is that it's not about being picky. It's like there's 2 death penalty qualified attorneys. I'm pretty sure it's just 2 in the entire state. The other one wasn't available. So they couldn't be picky, right? Again, Florida is another state where they have way more death penalty cases, just like in Texas. So in other words, they have, and so the whole system is different in terms of what people are going to get paid for doing what. But when you are that's up to the state. The state could choose not to bring the death penalty for that reason, right? It's all part of the consideration. That's why it's a big deal when people it's a big deal for a lot of reasons, but that's why it's a big deal when the state goes for the death penalty. And people don't think, it's like, well, okay, you could have people who live in the state that maybe are for the death penalty and are saying they should get the death penalty. I wonder if those people are thinking about these implications, right? Because then now there's complaining about the taxes. So it's a trade-off, right? How much justice do you want? How much do you want to pay for it? I mean, it's just, but that's the way it works. So you can't just charge someone with the death penalty and then not provide them adequate counsel that's death penalty qualified. And that's true for any state if they have the death penalty. And if they don't have the death penalty, same thing. You have to provide adequate counsel if it's LWOP or whatever, right? So, but the death penalty is such a serious thing, and everyone knows this, right? That's why it's such a big deal when they decide if they're going to go for it and whatnot, right? It's a huge thing, and they have to. And one of the things we already know about is the expenses. But yeah, this is a great example. Part of the expenses, right? Because they talk about the expense of the trial, but there's the expense of the counsel, because as we know, it's a whole different process. It's going to be a longer trial preparation process. There's going to be 2 phases, right? It's essentially 2 trials, not one, because then you have a sentencing phase, or as Ann Taylor calls it, a mitigation phase. So you're so welcome for explaining it. Yeah. But hopefully this makes sense, right? Like there's a lot of considerations. And so that's why when the state, if they decide to go with the death penalty, they're kind of hoping that people are going to be behind it and accept the fact that they are the taxpayers and they're paying for it, right? Because they're representing the state. So, and of course, also you have your politicians, but your legislature and stuff too. But they aren't making the decision in terms of if the state's going to go for the death penalty or not. So, yeah, so there's a lot of factors for consideration before you even get to the concept of the human factor or any of it, right? When they bring those charges, it really does all start with, do they think that the jury will do they think they can get a jury, right? That would vote for the death penalty. And then do they think that's what the community wants? And do they think it warrants it? Is it, and then the money. Yeah, there's a lot of considerations before they even say they're going to go for that. So, yes.
Opinion of an expert is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may then disregard the opinion entirely.
Oh, so I just to summarize that up. So my all that was kind of to say that it wasn't like there was it's not like Idaho had a list of people to choose from and then chose someone expensive on purpose for like that. Like that's my point, is that because they only have 2 options in Idaho, the two death penalty qualified attorneys that could be court appointed, and one was busy. That's it, and that's why she ended up having to not represent Xana Kernodle's mom, and that's why because that when it comes to a death penalty case, that's going to take the full precedence. So. Priority.
An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of any other witness, simply because the witness.
Like she was court appointed to represent Xana Kernodle's mom in some charge. I don't remember what it was, some sort of misdemeanor drug charge or something like that. But her rate is the same. Like think about it that way, right? Regardless if it's BK or Xana Kernodle's mom or anybody else, because she's got that's not the only person. She's got other people she's representing. Her rate is the same. Her rate is the rate is agreed upon ahead of time, and it's approved by the state. So it's not like she just set that and they just paid it. It's not like that. It's agreed upon ahead of time, and it's regardless of who it is. If she's representing someone court appointed, right, as a public defender, regardless of anything, that the rate is the rate.
Is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion, even though it is not contradicted. In regard to evidence of other crimes and evidence of alleged bad acts on other occasions, this evidence is limited to consideration by you as it relates to the motive of the defendant for the offenses charged in this case. This evidence cannot be used for any other purpose. This type of evidence must not be considered in any other fashion. In particular, the South Carolina Rules of Evidence provide that evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action.
You guys will see how much you learned. What rule is he referring to? He's referring to a specific rule that we've talked about at length. What is he referring to? See, I'll let him keep talking. He's probably not going to give the rule number to the jury, because why would he? But we know.
In conformity therewith. Put another way, evidence of other crimes or bad acts
Guys,
cannot be
remember?
used to show that the
Remember vote
defendant
time?
is a bad person and therefore is more likely to have committed the
Does this
crime
ring a bell?
for which he is accused.
Wifey, I know you know.
You may not consider evidence of other crimes and bad acts.
I know
for this
somebody
purpose
knows.
Or for any other purpose other than it as it relates to
Three-digit
the
number
motive
followed by a
of
letter?
the defendant. In addition, while you may have heard
Yes! Ding, ding, ding. You win. Big prize. Bravo! Daddy Short Nuts. DSN. Yes, indeed. Yay! Good job.
that other crimes and bad acts of the defendant have
All the
resulted
keywords, right? All the keywords are
in
here.
other
crimes
charges
and
or
bad acts,
indictments not before
character
you.
evidence.
The
Okay.
fact that
Anyway.
defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in these matters is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case.
404B.
Nor do these indictments create any presumption of guilt. As to any other pending charges, as is the case
AKA the
here,
financial crimes.
the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the state in a court of law. The function of the jury is to determine whether a defendant is guilty or not guilty, and the consequences of a conviction in this or other pending matters is of no aid in determining whether the defendant committed the offense. You should not consider nor speculate
401k.
about
Good one. DSN.
sentencing consequences for this or any other crimes, as those issues are not before you. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted
There's a chicken.
We got in here all three that time. That's fun.
in this case is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt, nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. The indictments are simply the formal written instruments which contain the charges made against the defendant. The indictments are the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, has pled not guilty to the indictments, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations,
Andrew, right, thank
but
you.
it
That's right,
accompanies the
Andrew.
defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness
I love that,
placed
robe of
about the
righteousness.
shoulders of the
That's such a
defendant,
Judge Newmanism.
which remains with the defendant until it has been stripped from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not a mere legal theory. It's not just a legal phrase.
Thank you, Judge
It
Newman.
is
Yes,
a
thank
substantial
you.
right to
Thank
which
you, Tennis Girl 101.
every
Happy to see you
defendant
here.
is
Yay.
entitled. Unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the
Glad
defendant
you're here.
beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is a reasonable doubt in the law?
Great question, Judge
A
Newman.
reasonable doubt is a doubt which makes an honest, reasonable, sincere, and conscientious juror hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt must therefore be proof of such a convincing character that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Proof beyond the reasonable doubt can also be described as proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant. Now, there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every
I have an
possible
idea.
doubt. If based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced
Fun idea
that
time.
the defendant is guilty of a crime charged, you must then find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must then give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. The indictments in this case allege 4 separate offenses against the defendant. The indictments are murder
Okay, here we go.
of
Here's the
Margaret
indictment. It's important.
Maggie Murdaugh, murder
He's like, I don't know
of
how to say
Paul
it.
Murdaugh, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Paul Murdaugh. Each indictment charges a separate
Triple R
and
wifey is too
distinct
beloved. She's not going to be.
offense.
There's no way she.
You must
Wifey, there's no way you
decide
could have
each
stayed
indictment
hidden
separately
for long.
on the
way you're
evidence
loved
and the law
great
applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate
We added the
verdict
triple R. I love the triple R is great.
Of
I love it.
guilty
So catchy.
or not guilty
Triple R
for
wifey.
each indictment. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, is charged with the murder of Margaret
Isn't it so
Murdaugh
fun? Like
and Paul Murdaugh.
how similar Murdaugh is to murder is just insane
It
on
was
another
proved
level.
beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh with malice aforethought.
Malice aforethought.
Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury, or under the
I'm
circumstances
adding Judge Newman's
that the
definition.
law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed,
Yes, wifey. Yes.
but malice
Newman.
must exist in the mind of the defendant
Yes. Yes.
just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, expressed and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist.
That's a good point, wifey. He's not pink anymore.
That is,
You're
either
right.
by
You're
direct
you're right.
evidence
Also,
or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proven. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for
all the
another,
themes of the case.
or
Pinky night butt.
when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example,
The trial has everything.
lying in wait for a
Take a look at the
person
emojis.
or any other acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the mind of the defendant would be expressed malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life.
Would you guys say that it's not unusual for Alex to show a total disregard for human life? Would that be not unusual? Because if it's not unusual, it's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. It's not unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
The defendant is also charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. 2 counts. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a firearm during the commission of a violent crime. A firearm means any weapon which
all the
will
things.
is
Isn't it great?
designed
I love it.
to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of
Or
a
as
weapon
Jim
during
Griffin
the
called it in his
commission
closing arguments, the bullet thing. That's a quote, a direct quote, bullet thing.
of a violent crime, you must first find the defendant guilty of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of the crime. While the arguments of counsel are a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting their arguments, counsel often refer or has
I think it's always
referred or
important when the judge
referred
reiterates that.
to the evidence.
Because the counsel
However,
always wants you to think what they're
You
saying is
should base
evidence.
your verdict
Even though you know
on
they
the
can't.
evidence as you remember it.
Yeah.
If there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel
Malice
about the
aforethought.
evidence and your own recollection, you should rely on your own understanding of the evidence.
Yep.
You must decide whether the state has met its burden of proof
That's
beyond
an
the reasonable
important.
doubts.
That's an important thing to mention. Have you guys seen trials where the jurors are allowed to take notes during the trial? And then have you also seen trials where they ask questions? A great example, if you want a really great example, is the Maya Kowalski civil trial in Florida. Those jurors were allowed to take notes and ask questions, and that jury has become kind of infamous in the LawTube community because this jury was like a super jury. Like literally everyone there almost, it was really funny. I don't know how it really happened, but they all became empowered early on in the trial to like, they became, I think, first of all, I think they didn't, okay. However, it was explained to them that they had the option if they wanted to take notes or the option to ask questions. They kind of seemed to all get the impression that like, that's normal and like, it's like school. Like literally every day the bailiff was like, you know, or whatever was like, we need more notepads. They ran out of the notepads. Like like, in other words, the way they were taking notes, it was as if there was going to be a test. And then when they went to ask their questions, it was like some of the jurors wrote like, it was insane, actually. You could tell that they were all really smart and they were asking really good questions and they were actually getting snarky sometimes with the attorney. Like it was really nuts. And the questions were really insane, like insanely good questions. And just like, it's almost like they learned what was going to be allowed and what was not going to be allowed. And when they figured that out, they intentionally asked questions that would push the boundary. It was really, really interesting. And then they kind of took on they became, the way Rob from Law Mummer described it, was like they became almost like a party in the case. Like they took on, it was like the jury, but it was like one unit, and they all had this, like, it was really interesting. And like when the judge would do the jury questions for just like one witness, it could be hours. Like some days it was like hours of just the jury questions. It was really interesting. And so, so the reason I was saying that though is because in this trial, they were allowed to take notes, but they were only allowed to take notes in between, like when they're on break. So they had like little notepads or whatever in the jury room so they could write things down. And here's the thing about this that's so interesting. It's interesting thing about the note process because of what Judge Newman just said, and that's what I'm talking about. Because what Judge Newman just said is true for every trial. When he says you have to rely on your memory, that's true whether you took notes, whether notes were allowed and you didn't take them, whatever the case may be, you have to rely on your memory. And so that's what's so interesting. And it's the same with witness testimony, right? They have to, that's how the law really, even though we know memory is so faulty, that's what's so interesting about it. The law really prioritizes, if you will, and values memory, even though we know memory is faulty. So anyway, that's part of why sometimes you don't, it's up to the court. When I say the court, I mean the judge, as to what's going to happen if they can take notes or not. And part of the thing too in the debate about notes is like, they don't want people taking notes and then not paying attention and listening to where they go back in the jury room and then they're reading off their notes. Like, we hear people complain with expert witnesses, or they're relying on their notes. They have to rely on their memory. But I also understand how sometimes it's so complicated that good luck if you don't take notes. So anyway, I'm just talking about that, but it's interesting. So my point was this, that regardless of what's allowed and not allowed in terms of note taking or questions, this is true for every trial, that they have to rely on their memory. And that's it. That's the biggest thing. So that was what I wanted to say, y'all.
Based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom, as you were instructed at the start of the trial, you're not permitted to conduct any independent research.
I agree that the trial was perfect.
Case.
And that's part of why I was so heartbroken.
The facts of the case, the evidence presented in the case, or the people or organizations involved in any way
it was
in the case.
Really incredible moment in time.
Do not try to find any information from any source outside the courtroom.
Can't be redone.
However reliable that source may seem to be. Do not look at dictionaries or other reference materials. Search the internet, websites, or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to get information about
Super Planner
this
Girl.
case,
I'm sure you wrote that, of course.
or help
That's
you
awesome.
make a decision. You may not use computers, telephones, cell phones, smartphones, tablets, the internet, or other tools of technology with communication capabilities at any time.
I don't think
during
Domino's in
your
the U.S. makes margarita
deliberations.
pizza. Do you guys know if they? I don't think so.
Except only as
That's interesting.
provided
Glad you
by
got
the
your pizza,
court
though.
to review the digital evidence in this case. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break,
I'm just glad you got your pizza.
you may use these devices as necessary, but you may not use them to communicate with anyone about the case until the case is over. This means that you must not use phone calls, video calls, emails, text messages, instant
Yeah, I
messages,
think Domino's is like pepperoni or
blogs,
cheese, right?
chat rooms, websites, or
Here.
any social media, such as Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Reddit,
Listen to Judge
and
Newman.
Discord,
You go. He
to
knows what it
send
is.
or receive any information about this case.
He knows the things.
This includes information about a party,
Like a birthday
witness,
party.
an attorney, a court officer, or your fellow
A
jurors.
dance party. A
News
school
accounts
dance
about the
party.
case, research on any topic raised, or even any topics you may think would be helpful in deciding the case, or any testimony presented by
Yeah.
any witness you may not investigate.
Oh, did Triple
During
White
your
attend?
deliberations,
That's
do not
awesome.
read,
I'm guessing that's
listen
what
to,
Pride
or
was.
watch any news reports about this case.
I love that.
This includes anything that may be in the
That's
newspapers
what I'm figuring
or
it
on
out.
the internet,
Context clues,
radio, or
circumstantial evidence.
television.
Triple R Wifey got a pen.
You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside of the courtroom, whether before or during the trial. Information on television, radio, internet, or from other sources may be wrong or incomplete.
Tennis Girl 101's asking
In
me
our
about
judicial system,
it's gonna be a while. It's got to go through all this appellate process with the higher level courts. We're not going to hear anything for a while. It's going to be years, and you guys know how I feel that I would be shocked and absolutely flabbergasted if it did not go all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. That's what I expect. But I mean, if I had to guess, I see it. If I have to predict the future with my squirrely crystal ball, I picture like 10 years in the future, this is going to be in the Supreme Court, and this is going to be a case that's studied in schools. Because of this standard, that the very standard that was this whole thing at issue with, are you going to go with the federal standard or the state standard, and what determines the level of fuckery required for a new trial, that whole thing, right? And as we know, Justice Toll went with the state, which is correct. She followed case law, and she said it's for higher courts, and that's the reason, because of the split. And so I guarantee you guys, this is going to be the children in school 15 years from now are going to be reading in their textbooks, and then people in law school and they're going to be learning about this trial and how it changed things. And it's going to be that's just, if I give my predictions, it's going to go all the way to the Supreme Court, and it's going to be a big deal. And you know what? There's going to be people who never heard about this trial, and then they're going to hear about it. And when that happens, we can give them all the answers and all the details, right? Because we were here in real time when all this happened, which I just love. That's like, I said it before, and I'll say it again, where it's like, this is history and we're part of it in real time. And I love that so much.
It is important that you are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of this courtroom.
Yep.
If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, even though you may use electronic devices as necessary for purposes unrelated to this trial, I must urge you to minimize your use of such devices. Many internet browsers, smartphone apps, and social media services, as well as traditional media like television and radio, will provide information and news that you do not seek, with little or no prompting. It is a strong possibility that information about this case may be thrust upon you every time you use an electronic device. You must therefore use these devices only as absolutely necessary. You must ignore and avoid uninvited information about this case. No matter for lady and members of the jury, I am required to charge you the law as I have done through these instructions now I'm being given, to help guide you to a just and lawful verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. The fact that I have instructed you on various subjects must not be considered as indicating an opinion of this court as to what you should find to be the facts or what your verdict should be. In conclusion, now you've been chosen and sworn to give the parties a fair and impartial trial. When you have done so, you will have completed your oath, and no one will have a right to criticize your verdict. You must not be swayed or influenced by opinions or expressions of opinion you may have heard outside of the courtroom, but rather should base your verdict solely on the testimony of the sworn witnesses who took the stand, the exhibits received into evidence, and the law which I have stated. You should not be swayed by caprice, passion, prejudice, or improper sympathy for or against anyone. Remember, you have no friends to reward or enemies to punish, and all parties are entitled to a fair and impartial trial. It is your duty as jurors to consult.
Wait, wifey, what were you referring to? And you said, I mean, there's so many reasons why it's like, you know, he should or shouldn't get a new trial. I'm just curious what you're referring to here. For me, you know, my heart is going to go with the case law. So I agree with Justice Toll and that she followed the case law. But if that changes via appeals going to the U.S. Supreme Court, then, you know, that is what it is, right? I mean, the only way I could disagree is if it's like not following, you know, what they should do according to the law.
With one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach an agreement. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after impartial consideration of all of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced it is erroneous. However, do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the
Wifey, that question is the heart of the thing that I'm talking about, the standard. So the South Carolina case law, the standard, there's two things at issue. It's like the first issue that has to be decided was one, were comments made, right? Were comments made to the jury? Any comments besides what is supposed to be said, which is like, what do you want for lunch? That type of thing, right? Was anything said? Then the second question you have to ask is, did it influence their verdict? Now, here's the thing that's at issue. The state case law for South Carolina is such that in order for a new trial to be granted, it has to meet both of those prongs, the two prongs. So something has to be said, right, that was not appropriate, and it had to influence their verdict. That's the South Carolina case law. Now, because, like you said in your comment here, because of the fact that the jurors all said it didn't, you know, some of them said she said stuff, some of them didn't say she said stuff. But the more important part was that they said it didn't impact their verdict, except for that Jersey who, you know, that whole thing, right? But all in all, that was the conclusion, right? Didn't impact their verdict. That's following Justice Toll followed the South Carolina case law, which says, okay, well then no new trial for you. However, this is the important thing. The federal courts go by a different standard. The standard they go by is one prong. What that means is if something was said, new trial. Doesn't matter if it influenced your verdict or not. That's the big deal. So that's when I was referring to there's a split. That's the split. The split is that the state, and not just South Carolina, I'm sure there's other states, and the federal court system have not agreed on what standard should give you a new trial, if it needs to satisfy both prongs or just one prong. So that's why Justice Toll was correct when she followed South Carolina's case law and said, this is for a higher court than me. She's absolutely fucking right, because this is something that needs to be decided by these higher courts, because this is a big deal, right? And it's like deciding which standard you go by. And it should be, and it's something that would, you know, if the federal courts, essentially it's going to determine, like, should this be universal, right? For all states, because it's a really important issue. And that's why I'm saying I think it's going to become a big part of history. And, you know, but the thing is up to now, the federal court system, the appellate courts and the Supreme Court, they have not come out and said, here's the standard that states should use, right? They have not ruled on that. Like, this has not become this issue that we're looking at has not come before them. So they have not, they can't rule on it if it doesn't come before them. That's why this is a big deal. It's going to set precedents. Okay. So Yes, this was Tennis Girl 101. You're referring to Juror Z. She said, yeah. So initially she said yes, but then she said the other jurors influenced her. And then Justice Toll asked her which one was it more of, and she said it was the jurors. And that's what literally Judge Newman was literally saying when I paused this, which is that you're allowed to change your opinion based on your jury deliberation. And it's okay for other jurors to influence you. That's part of the deliberation process. That's normal. And because of the fact that she said that was really more of what it was or whatever, then that's why she stuck with it. The alternates did not participate in the hearing that Justice Toll was a part of. Only deliberating jurors were called to be were subpoenaed for that. Yeah, it was the deliberating jurors that were there. Yes. In fact, Poot tried to get the alternates to be involved, at least one or two of them, because I guess he thought they would say things that were favorable to him. And Justice Toll was like, no, Nobby, only deliberating jurors, because they are the deliberating jurors, which makes sense. So no, the way the Supreme Court would decide would really be more based on which standard. It's more philosophical than that. They have to figure out what standard should be used. They're not going to be weighing in, like, that's not for them to decide about Juror Z. Like, they're not going to give a shit about the egg lady. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? They're not going to be looking at the facts of the case. They're going to be looking at the precedents of what should be used to grant a new trial for anybody, anywhere. Like, it's a much bigger issue. You know what I mean? Like, if that makes sense, like they're gonna look at what should be the case, right? Should it be that in any situation, right? If it's a criminal trial in any state, like, should it be that somebody just has to say something, right? Or should it be that it also impacts the verdict? And they're going to have to make a decision that will apply to Alex's case, but everything going forward, if that makes sense. Yeah. And I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big deal because the whole thing is like just saying something. Here's, you know, I can, being that I love how law works, I can see both sides, right? It's tough because it's like, I can see how, legally speaking, because of the wanting to protect the case, right, in the trial, and you don't want to, you know, you don't want any impropriety, right? The perception of the mere perception of impropriety is like so frowned upon. It's the same reason why, like, you hear people, if they're an attorney or whatever, the way that they will go out of their way just to avoid even walking past a juror on the street, in front of the courthouse or whatever, like, it's insane. There's a whole, it's really, really important. So I can see why. I can see how I could see the argument for the fact that if somebody says something, it's the line's been crossed, regardless of what. Because I guess the way you could argue that is this: that the problem isn't how a juror is influenced, because that could depend on the juror. Let me put it this way. So you could have Becky Hill. Let's say Becky Hill said the same exact things in the same way, but it was a different group of jurors. And those jurors were more perceptible to what she said. Then they could come back and say, yeah, it did influence my verdict. Whereas here, they're like, no. And so I guess part of the way you would argue it for the first prong would be like, well, it shouldn't be about the jurors, because that's not their, you know what I mean? Like that's going to change juror by juror. That's not the issue. The issue is the fact that the court official did something wrong. That makes sense, right? Like, the court official shouldn't have said something. And then it shouldn't be about how it influenced the jurors. I'm walking you guys through this in terms of how this is going to be discussed as it goes forward, right? To try to figure out which prong should be used. So, and that it would be, I mean, as I'm going through it, I'm like, yeah, I can see the point of, like, it would be too much to try to parse out which juror was influenced by what, when, right? And actually this case is a great example, because it is hard. And the other thing is, legally speaking, in case you guys didn't know, they cannot ask questions about the deliberation process. It's kept a secret. So they can't actually ask the jurors about how they deliberated and get into the nitty gritty of what they talked about and who influenced who in terms of the jury itself. So that also makes it tricky to try to, if you're trying to parse out how much was somebody influenced by the other jurors and how much were they influenced by a court official, right? So I could see why it's almost like safer to just say, we're not going to go there because we can't go there. And if they say something that's too far, they've already crossed the line. Does any of that, hopefully that makes some sort of sense. Oh, I absolutely think he's enjoying the chaos. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. And you're going to see more of that when we go through Gloria Satterfield, because he's still fucking filing motions left and right from fucking prison. Frivolous, in my opinion, as well. But hopefully that makes sense. So they're going to have to figure that out. I mean, I will be honest. I think that the only way, I hate to say this. The way that if I know anything about the law, and I'm not saying I do know anything about it, but just in terms of what you tend to see and you tend to hear in the Supreme Court, and like, I would be shocked if the Supreme Court gets this case. And when I say this case again, I really mean being presented with what standards should be used for a new trial. I would be shocked if the Supreme Court, which who knows, right? Who knows who's going to be on the Supreme Court in 10 years or however many years, but it's going to be a lot of years. But I don't think it even matters. I think with any Supreme Court that we have, it's going to be, they're going to have to, I would be shocked if they don't come to the conclusion that the first prong is enough. And if that happens, I don't even want to say it out loud. I can't say it out loud. I literally cannot say it out loud. I can't say it out loud. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. But if the thing that you guys know I can't say out loud happens, we'll have a wonderful opportunity to get back together and watch it together, right? Tennis Girl 101 saying, where do you think you put the closest ring earlier? The attorneys are the ones bringing him his clothes and shit. Oh, you're saying in the murder. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you mean like the blue shirt and the pink khaki pants situation? Yeah, I mean, I think he got rid of them along with the guns. And I think they were at Alameda temporarily, and then from there, who knows? I mean, you know, obviously, I think the swamps are a good potential place for hiding some of that shit, as is Redbeard. There's just a lot of that area out there. It's, you want to talk about a place where things could never be found. I mean, that's definitely one of them, regardless of search efforts or whatever. I mean, you know, the hogs and the swamp alone, right? It's just, and there's just so much of it. So I mean, it was the clothes he was wearing and the shoes too. He got rid of all that shit and the weapons. That's what I think. That's what I think. I'm telling you, we're going to have to meet out there with our folding shovels. Field trip.
Purpose of returning a verdict. As I stated earlier, you are the judges of the facts. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. Now, you may have noticed that I have read these instructions.
And you know what's great about this is we're hearing all of this. This is all really important in regards to what we were just discussing. And same when we hear the verdict, right? This is all really relevant to, this whole thing, right? Like,
I do so to give you the law as accurately as possible. I will give you a copy of these instructions to have in the jury room. You may refer to these instructions to assist you in your deliberations. You must consider the instructions as a whole and not follow some and ignore others. And Madam Forelady, it would be your duty to preside over the deliberations of the jury. If during your deliberations you should desire to communicate with the court, please reduce your message or question to writing, signed by your foreperson and the foreperson only. Do not address.
Oh, do you mean versus a
any
new trial?
question.
I thought you mean Tennis Girl when she's saying if it gets really far. You mean like far ahead in the future, like years out? You're wondering if they'd work out a plea, like let's say, God forbid, I hate to think about it, like if it's far enough out where, like, say Creighton matters, you know, the prosecution team's no longer around. Okay, yeah. I don't think so. I mean, it's a good question, and it's hard to say. I would say if any of these prosecutors are still there, or out, and or Alan Wilson, for sure, definitely not. They're going to give him another trial and make sure he's found guilty again. There's no way around, like, that's how. If it's so far out in the future, well, I mean, another thought, it could be so far out in the future, he could be long gone, right? What about that thought, right? I mean, he's actually older than Creighton, I think. Like, I don't know. That's a really interesting thought, isn't it? Like, what if he dies before they get to the Supreme Court? Fuck, like, what about Pooh? I don't know. It's interesting because with how this stuff takes so long, right? But I wonder that's a good question. What would happen if he passes away? I'll have to look into that. Like, what if he passes away? Is this still going to come before the Supreme Court? Essentially, it would come down to, does the appeal still stand? I think not. And I don't think they can't weigh in on it without a case. Interesting. I'll have to do a little bit of research on that, but I'm fairly certain if he passes away before that, that's it. There's no more defendant. So, but what I was gonna say is, let's say that Alex is still alive, but it's a different prosecution team. I still think they would. I mean, it's a good question. I still think they would retry it, though, because this was just such a big deal for the state, you know? But it is a good question. It is a good question, definitely.
To anyone other than the court, and reduce it to writing and pass it to the bailiff, signed by the foreperson and the foreperson only. It will then be brought to my attention. I will then respond as promptly as possible.
He was considered not guilty? Can you clarify that? Because the way that, it should work, right? If they're found guilty by a jury, they're guilty until, which is very rare, right? If an appeal makes it otherwise, right? Their presumption of innocence is not there anymore. So, like, they could, you'd be considered not guilty if you're waiting trial. But if you've been found guilty and then you've got appeals pending, because, like, especially death row people, right? But, like, we know so many people in cases where they've had appeals pending for decades, right? Like the Menendez brothers, right? In one example, right? We know and then, like, Scott Peterson. I mean, there's so many, like, they're like 20 years, 30 years in, and they're still running appeals or whatever, right? And it's like, but they're guilty until an appeal, if something happens with an appeal, you know what I mean? Yeah, Google it. There would have to be some sort of other, there would have to be some other situation here. That's because that would be unusual. Unless it was a mistrial, that's different. That's different than an appeal. A mistrial would mean if something happened, that's completely different. And that's, again, another distinction, too, from because remember, before the whole shit with Miss Becky came out, Alex's case was in the appellate process. They had to first pause, if you guys recall, that appellate process and withdraw their appeal so they could go back into the previous phase where they're questioning the trial due to after discovered evidence, which is in the mistrial and appeal are completely different things. So that might be part of what the confusion is with this. But yeah, let me know.
possible, either in writing or by having you return to the courtroom. I caution you, however, with regard to any message or question you might send, that you should never state your or specify your numerical division at the time. Now, you've heard the testimony and you have heard the law. Whatever your verdict, Madam Floor Lady, you will indicate the verdict on the back of each indictment and then sign and date your verdict. You will have these 4 indictments, and on the back of each indictment is a place for verdict. And each one, as to each one, you write your verdict, either not guilty or guilty, then sign and
That's cool. We
date
get a little look at the verdict
verdict.
form there. That's neato.
You're not authorized to write the verdict until all of you have agreed on the verdict. Now, in just a minute, I will send you to the jury room. But prior to doing so, I want to ensure that from the 12 jurors we have remaining, if there is any reason that any one of you cannot continue deliberating, please let me know at this time. We have 13 jurors. Only
that's the other
12
thing.
can deliberate.
That's the other thing that's interesting about the difference between civil and criminal is in civil, that it doesn't have to be unanimous, and it kind of depends like on what it is. And it depends on the charge and like by the state and stuff, but like it doesn't have to be. There's some things that they might decide do have to be unanimous, but other things don't, which is another interesting thing, because we talked about the difference with like the burdens of proof. So not only is it a difference in the burden of proof, but they don't, most of the time they're not going to require a unanimous verdict on most things, if any.
So
I don't think
first
if any.
12 jurors now on the panel. If there are any reasons why you cannot
Interesting,
continue, please let
vacated.
me know at this time.
That might mean there was a mistrial. I think that a conviction being vacated posthumously could happen anywhere. Though the question is, why did it get vacated? I'm curious if you want to look a little deeper into that, Chancellor, because I would think the only way that could happen is that's a mistrial situation. So I wonder what happened, and then that would. So, I'm thinking. So, yeah. Oh, no. No mistrial, said the appellate court did not have time. Interesting. Did not have time to affirm the conviction. What? I'll have to read about that. That's interesting. Because it could be, like you said, it could be something that's like there's a specific California thing, or maybe it could be something specific to the trial. I don't know much about the trial. I just know about him and all that, but I don't know anything about the trial. I'll have to look into that more.
Before I excuse the alternate, a show of hands as to anyone who cannot continue deliberating. All jurors then seem to be in good shape and good to go. So when the jury leaves the courtroom, the alternate will remain. And the alternate is. I will send you to the jury room, all of you, except for the alternate. But do not begin deliberations until you have received a copy of this jury charge, the indictments, and the exhibits. Once you receive these things, that will be your signal to begin your deliberations. Once you begin deliberations, you will deliberate until you have reached a verdict, at which time you will knock on the door, advise the bailiff, and we will bring you out to receive your verdict. So if all of you will now go to the jury room except for the alternate juror number 741, who will remain with us while the others go to the jury room.
About excusing the alternate or not.
All right, what about it?
We've been going for 6 weeks, and if we, if we could perhaps hold the alternate in the case there's a problem with the 12, and we have to insert the alternate during the deliberations.
Yes. No, the state concurs with that, Your Honor.
Of course, the statute says alternate must be excused once the jury begins deliberating. And that's always a risk that is taken. So with the consent of the parties, if that's what the parties want, Mr. Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to hold the alternate in the event something happens to any other juror?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So, Madam, you will not be dismissed. You will remain as a member of the panel while the jurors are deliberating, but will need to be taken someplace separately from the panel to ensure that you do not talk with anyone or communicate with anyone, and we'll figure all that out in a few minutes. But aside from that, if you all will review the exhibits with the court reporter, and the bailiff, you can take the charge and the indictments in, and the jury may begin deliberating. I understand that there is a verdict. You may bring the jury. Thank you. Madam Forelady, if you'll stand for me. Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, sir, we have.
Is it unanimous?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, if you will pass it up to the clerk, who will pass it to me. And you may be seated. The defendant will rise. Madam Clerk, you may publish the verdict, starting with the back, not with the, let's see, tell you again. Starting with the back, flipping them over one by one.
Okay.
State of South Carolina versus.
Docket number 2022 GS 15-00592, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions. in the term of 2022, July, the State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Okay. Guilty verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116, verdict guilty, signed by the forelady, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00595, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, SC Code -16-23-0490, CDR Code 0549, verdict guilty, signed by the foreperson of the jury, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00594, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, SC Code 16-23-0490, CDR Code 0549, verdict guilty, signed by the foreperson of the jury, 3/2/23.
Thank you. Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is the verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hands. All right, thank you. Any individual polling requested?
We do, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, you'll need to individually poll the jury according to their juror numbers.
Number 193. Was this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 254. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 326. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 530. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 544.
Yes.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 572. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 578. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 589. Was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 630. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 729. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 826. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 864. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the jury has been polled.
Thank you. The jury has been polled and the verdict is a unanimous verdict. If you will bring the alternate juror out and have her have a seat in the audience, please. You can stand there or you can sit back there, whatever you prefer. Okay. Are there any post-trial motions?
None from the state, Your Honor.
We would just renew our previously argued motions for a directed verdict, and at this, on the grounds, on those grounds, we would make a motion for a mistrial and to set aside the verdict.
Wow, Jim could barely talk.
By the state, response.
Your Honor, based on our previous arguments, we would submit that the case properly went to the jury and the verdict is proper, and we rely on those arguments.
Also, look at how tall Alex is compared to everybody
We've
else.
been here now 28 days, first few days of jury selection, and the remainder
receiving testimony, I agree. I mean, it's so
overwhelming amount of
it's so
testimony
tough for him, right? Because
and evidence that
his
was
dad and then
presented
his
to the
mom and his
jury
brother.
for the
It
jury's
sucks.
consideration. As I indicated to the jury during the jury charge, or the charge on the law,
yeah,
that this was a matter solely for the jury to determine.
it's horrifying. I mean, Buster
The
is
court found at the end of the state's
arguably
case
was one of the
that
biggest
there's
victims
sufficient
here, right?
evidence to find
He
the
walked
defendant
everybody.
guilty if the evidence was believed by the jury. Likewise, at the end of the defense's case, when the motion was renewed, the court found that the evidence was sufficient for the jury to find the defendant guilty. The jury has now considered the evidence for a significant period of time, and the evidence of guilt is overwhelming, and I deny the motion. Mr. Murdaugh, you now having been found guilty of 2 counts of murder
which
involving
sarcasm,
your wife
tennis
and
girl, are
your
you talking
son,
about?
2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. The burden now comes upon the court to impose a sentence. Given the lateness of the hour and the victim's rights that must be taken into consideration and complied with under the Victim's Bill of Rights, and consider what I would anticipate to be a number of people who might have something to say regarding sentencing, we will defer sentencing to a later date. Of course,
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't pick up on your sarcasm. I mean,
minimum sentence for murder.
I didn't take that as sarcasm. I mean, I do feel like if the verdict is overturned, yeah, I mean, it's shitty. I mean, I feel like it's shitty for Buster no matter what, but that's just,
is 30 years. The maximum sentence is life imprisonment as to each count. And on the weapons charge, the sentence is up to 5 years or 5 years, which has to be concurrent if a life sentence is imposed. When would you all like to reconvene for sentencing? I would like to give everyone an adequate opportunity to prepare for it.
State will be ready at 9:30 in the morning, Your Honor.
We could do it at 9:30 tomorrow morning also.
All right. The defendant is remanded to the custody of the Colleton County Sheriff's Department.
y'all, this part.
And he may be taken away.
I love it, dude. I love that it's dead quiet in that courtroom and they cuff him in front of everybody. Oh my God, this is just a lot. Like, I love it. I mean, I don't love it, but it's, it's just finally, right? Finally. He was treated like one of the attorneys this entire trial. And now finally he's cuffed like a criminal, taken out. Oh. Wow. Wow. It's powerful. I think Tennis Girl was a great
Madam
show.
Foley and members of the jury, I want to thank you on behalf of the citizens of the state of South Carolina and your fellow citizens of Colleton County. You did not volunteer for
Right, I know.
this service. You were
Exactly.
called upon by being summoned to appear, and Providence have brought you to this moment in time and these weeks in time. I know that all of you have been here at
Yeah, exactly.
great sacrifice, particularly the juror whose job was on the line until a miracle happened, I guess, that
I know,
allowed
good
him to
point,
be able to
Blackwater.
leave rather than leave after 2 or 3 weeks.
That was
But
weird,
I wanna
wasn't
thank
it?
each one of
That
you
was very
all
weird.
individually and collectively. It's not often that you're called upon
That was
to
very weird.
sit in judgment of the
I know.
actions
Well,
of your fellow
that's the
man,
thing.
but you
Is
all
here in
responded.
just a second, and we're going to see the
And,
sentencing, and he gets to, and that's the first time we see him in his jail garb.
I
and
gave due
I agree.
consideration
It's a
to
moment.
the evidence. I will make no comment now as to the extent or the overwhelming nature of the evidence.
The goal is to not pause it because
but
it's
certainly
not that much longer.
The verdict that you
And I want
reach
y'all to get
is
to see the ending, so you can see
supported
the
by
ending.
the
I
evidence.
think you guys like it.
Circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, all of the evidence pointed to only one conclusion. That's the conclusion that you all reached. So I applaud you all for, as a
You went
group
from a shrimp weasel to a shit
and as a
fly.
unit and individually, evaluating the evidence and coming to a proper conclusion as you saw the law, as you saw the facts. Now that you've served for the next year, you're not eligible to serve again. Now, of course, many people never get called upon, but you're not eligible for the next year, and for 2 additional years, you can be exempted from service because no person is required to serve on jury duty in this court more often than once every 3 years. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, we will reconvene for sentencing. You all have no role in that because that's solely up to the judge, to me. You're
Remember, we
welcome
heard
to
that
come
they all
back
came
if
back
you
for the
want to
sentencing,
and
which I would
be
do.
a part of the audience.
I would do that.
If you like. I also want to thank the alternate juror who was locked away in a room by herself for these hours, who's hung in there during that period of time. I want to thank you as well. Madam Clerk, what do you have to tell your jurors?
Thank you for your service.
Oh, boy.
What the judge said as well. And I think we can release them tonight and bring them back in the morning.
No, they're off jury duty. They can come
You
back
can come
if
back
they
if you
like. And you don't have to if you don't want to. Typically, I've seen jurors wanting to see the end result of a case once they've invested a lot into it. It's really an amazing thing with juries. Quite often, at the start of the case, jurors are really like, whoa, why am I here? I wish I wasn't selected.
Yeah, I know, it is
But
crazy
as time
to see.
passes and the jurors become invested and really committed to the case and committed to seeing it through, and are very disappointed when they are not able to see it to a conclusion. And then along the way of serving, you end up finding out quite a bit about our judicial system and learning quite a bit.
I know, yeah.
Well, about human nature for sure.
It's weird because
but
I had
also,
forgotten
about
they give her a huge shout out at this press conference.
The
which we're about to
presentation of
do.
evidence and hearing from expert witnesses and really learning a lot of things that you'll be able to take with you when you leave jury duty. And to Madam Forelady, I don't know if you were hesitant initially or not, but you have stepped up to the plate and done a great job of leading the jury as well. And thank all of you. So the jury is dismissed. One thing before you go, of course, we have invested a lot in maintaining the privacy of the jury, of each one of you. And you are free at this point to discuss the case with anyone. Given the high-profile nature of the case, I'm certain that many people in the media will probably want to communicate with you, but they have no means of contacting you because under order that I issued, the identity of the jurors must be kept private. And if you decide that you want to speak with anyone, local, state, nationally, or internationally, that's your prerogative. However, should anyone harass you, please let me know and I will address those issues. If anyone through somehow or another discover your identity and harass you, and rest assured I will intercede on your behalf. That having been said, you are free to communicate with whomever you might want to concerning the case from now on. And so with that, thank you, and you all are free to go.
Judge, if I could have
Yes.
If I could have you go to the jury room.
Here she is, talking again.
For just a few minutes.
All right.
Gather your belongings.
As is my practice, I'll speak with the foreperson before you leave the building after talking to them back there.
All right.
Be in recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Becky's book was awful. All right, here we go. Here's the press conference.
God bless you. God bless you.
Y'all might have to come around to the side.
So real quick, this is what I thought. I'm just looking at my my book here, the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. So when I was talking about the unanimity for civil trials, the standard, and I was thinking to myself, I think they decide in jury instructions if it's, if things have to be unanimous or not, and they could make it different for different charges. And I just was going to verify that is what the book says. It says verdict unless the parties, this is Rule 48, Section B, unless the parties stipulate otherwise, the verdict must be unanimous and must be returned by a jury of at least 6 members, because we know you could have a petite jury of 6 people. But in other words, the parties would have to stipulate. But that happens oftentimes in these civil trials where the parties stipulate and make those decisions, and that would come about, for example, like when you're talking about the jury instructions, and in some cases that's even done even before the trial starts. Like in the Maya Kowalski trial, they were like working on the jury instructions long before the trial even started. So yeah, okay, let me play it.
Be patient. There's a lot of us coming out.
You guys look at Creighton's face.
How are we on the mic check?
His face. I love him.
Thumbs up. Thank you. We got our team out here.
I love him.
Wow. What a great day for the people of South Carolina.
Creighton.
I want to thank every one of you for being here tonight. There's a lot of emotion here tonight at this courthouse.
I don't know who that
A
girl is.
year and a half, nearly
Not
2
seen her
years
before.
of blood, sweat, and tears, it feels like. A lot of hard work from so many people. So if you will just bear with me, there's there's a lot of people I have to thank. But first, those of you who don't know, I'm Alan Wilson. I'm South Carolina's Attorney General, and I got the best staff of any Attorney General in the United States of America. I want to start by thanking our prosecution team. I want to tell you, I've been here for nearly 6 weeks with this team, living in a hotel, and it felt almost like being in a dorm environment in college. Late nights, cramming, studying, little sleep, away from our families, getting up early, getting here to the courthouse, working long hours.
Shout out to Triple R Wifey's husband. I'm not going to say his name to protect, internet.
It was all worth it because we got to bring justice and be
know
a
who you
voice
are.
for Maggie and Paul Murdaugh and bring justice for the people of South Carolina. I'd like to start real briefly by thanking our team. First, excuse me, I need to put my glasses on.
Look at Creighton's face.
Our chief prosecutor.
I love it.
tell you,
It's so
I appointed
appropriate.
Creighton Waters to be the chief prosecutor.
Because it would be inappropriate for him to be like jumping up and down, which
and I want to say
I
I'm
would
pretty
want
brilliant
to do.
because I picked the right guy.
You know?
And I want to say thank you to Creighton Waters. Creighton, you did a fantastic job. I don't think there's another
Yes.
attorney in the state of South Carolina that led this Herculean effort. But
I
Creighton will be the
agree.
first to tell you he didn't do it alone because he had a team of people.
Absolutely.
I want to first thank Don Zelinka, who is actually Creighton's boss. He is the Deputy Attorney General, been in the Attorney General's office for over 40 years. Sitting here to my immediate left, Don Zelinka, thank you so much. John Metters, many of you got to see him do the closing argument today. John, thank you. You've been a phenomenal add to our team. I'm going to go quickly through the names, but as I read the
wish
names,
Peter
please raise your
Rudofsky
hand.
was
You know
up there.
Creighton, you saw Don, and you see John.
And also
David
Ryan Kelly.
Fernandez,
Just saying. I mean, they might
John
be.
Conrad,
You can't
Johnny
see.
James, Savannah Gowd, Ozzie Toledo, Shane Aceto, Carly Jewell, Carson Burney,
Yes.
Danielle Colon, and our victims advocate, Trisha Allen. I also want to say
Why does
thank you
Carson
to the
Burney
South
ring a bell?
Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Mark Keel assigned
Look at that
some
team.
amazing
Wow.
men and women. And when I
Who's
said it
Metters?
was an agency-wide effort on behalf of SLED, I can't underscore that part enough. Every time I called Chief Keel,
Shout out to SLED.
every time I reached out to the lead agents, every time Creighton was asking me, hey, General, we need something from SLED, we would reach out to SLED, and they were there. They busted their butts. I can't begin to list every agent, and some can't be listed for obvious reasons. Some are standing up here tonight. I told them I wasn't going to mention their names, but we would not be here if it wasn't for SLED. And I want to thank Mark Keel and his team and all of the men and women across the entire state law enforcement division for what they did to make tonight a possibility. Amen. I also want to thank the FBI and the Secret Service, our federal partners. We had to utilize many of their assets and resources. We couldn't do all the things that we did
I will
without
say,
our federal
damn it,
partners.
I want to pause it.
We had a lot of local partners. We had the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, Buddy Hill, Sheriff Hill and his team, providing the security. They did a phenomenal job, and they were there. They were the first responders the night on June 7, 2021, when
I know,
Maggie
Creighton
and
doesn't
Paul
even
were
say a
butchered
word.
brutally.
He's
They were
so
the first
humble, though.
responders, and they were the first ones to be there. The Charleston County Sheriff's Office, the
respectful.
Orangeburg County
Great, yeah.
Sheriff's Office were instrumental in supporting our investigative efforts. You all know Kenny Kinsey, our
Oh, we
chief
know.
crime
He's
scene
hero.
expert, was with the Orangeburg Sheriff's Office. I also want to thank the city of Walterboro. I think the mayor is here somewhere, and the police department. They provided security. Thank you. This whole community has embraced our entire team, and I cannot thank you enough. We've all been away from our families, 2 hours away from our families for the past 2 months. And it's this community that made us, we would walk into restaurants and people would come up and thank us.
Same,
You know,
Black
you don't
Twitter,
have any
same.
idea how good that makes people feel when they're under an incredible amount of stress, an incredible amount of scrutiny, and this community really embraced us. I want to thank the Colleton County Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, and her entire team and their staff. I don't know.
This part, you guys, y'all, I forgot about this.
I call her Becky Booth. That's her nickname. But Maggie, wherever you are tonight.
They had no idea what was coming. It's so awful. Dude, you guys, this part.
I'm sorry. That's my pet name for her.
It's like watching a
But
horror
I wanna
movie
thank
in
you,
slow
Madam
motion.
Clerk, for you, the
Oh my
entire
God.
team, the bailiffs,
And
the
you know what's
security,
happening, and
the
you know what's going to
staff
come,
here.
and they don't know.
There was
It's-
no role that was
guys.
too small that they weren't willing to do for us. The security team here, it was a Herculean effort by everybody, and I can't thank enough people. I don't know if I mentioned the bailiffs, but I want to thank them. And there's another group of people who you don't know who they are, but that's the jurors.
I thought
And not just the jurors,
two
but
gray
the officers,
boys.
the ones who didn't even get to serve to the very end, but people who were taken away from their families. And I want to thank the families of our jurors who sat here every single day for what seemed like
Oh,
long
yeah.
amounts of tedious, monotonous
I know. I
information
blocked
and
that out
evidence.
of my
Sometimes
memory
people didn't know what it meant. They didn't understand it. And
Yeah.
they had to sit there and
Poor-
process it and hear it over and over and over again. And I want to thank these nameless jurors whose
I know.
identities have been protected. They may make their identities available to all of you at some
Yes,
point, but they
indeed.
sat there and they delivered justice tonight, and I want to thank them for their role in this process. You know, Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government except for every other kind. I kind of want to adopt that and say we may have the worst criminal justice system in the world, but it's better than every other kind that there is. And our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night.
This is why I want you guys to stick around to the end so you can see my ending thing. I hope you guys can.
Someone that they trusted. And they couldn't be here to testify for themselves tonight. Their testimony came through the evidence and the information that was gathered by the men and women of the agencies I've just mentioned. It came from the testimony of the agents and the investigators and the attorneys and the folks in our staff who were able to get it to the court record. And so I want to say tonight, their voice was heard tonight and justice was brought for them. We can't bring them back, but we can bring them justice.
Yes, yes. I'm at the point in my life where the only thing I really remember about Churchill is that he had polio. I don't really.
It is a good day in South Carolina.
There's been times where I knew more, but that's all I remember.
Today's verdict proves that no one, no matter who you are in society, is above the law.
Is important. Yes.
A lot of people doubted that
this verdict was really important for them as a state, as
for those who did doubt the
community.
process.
This is a big deal.
We have instilled and put a little bit of faith back into you and your lives as you view this process as it unfolds. I'm proud of this team. I'm proud of the men and women standing behind me tonight. And there's been a lot of emotion. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I saw firsthand for the last 5 or 6 weeks the countless nights where you were up beyond midnight and you were getting up before dawn, not eating. Watching Nancy Grace the other night, and I heard her call Creighton pale and gone.
There you go, wifey.
Creighton wasn't eating and sleeping. He really wasn't, folks. I'm serious. You know, we would have to bring in kind bars and things to eat during breaks, but Creighton,
I believe it.
an effort, my friend.
You did a great job.
I am truly honored to have you on our team. Thank you for being a great leader and a great chief prosecutor, and I would like to invite you to come up here and make some remarks.
Oh, just be okay. I forgot you said.
Thanks, everybody. And
Creighton. Creighton. I wish I was there. Your phone.
I want to start by thanking this guy who's given me and all these folks behind us opportunities
above our heads
to do justice, which is what we want to do with our careers. It is very tough and demanding, but it's rewarding for moments like these. The general stole a lot of my lines, but I also want to thank the jurors for their long and arduous service. And we had no doubt that if we had a chance to present our case in a court of law, that they would see through the one last con that Alex Murdaugh was trying to pull. And
that's
they
right.
did, and we're so grateful for that.
Yep.
I get to lead the state grand jury section in the Attorney General's office. This particular case is not a state grand jury case. There are other indictments in our state grand jury.
Fuck
but
that.
The one thing
Fuck
about
me.
that is,
Fuck everything.
I have an amazing team, and I want to be clear. This was a team effort. Y'all saw all.
What if you heard the press conference and heard Creighton say one last con? He was like, "Oh,
amazing work.
Fucking hell, Moriarty.
I can't be prouder of a team in my life. We called this our Super Bowl, and not because of the media attention, but just because of the effort that we knew that we would have to put into this. And we didn't really get to watch much of the Super Bowl that went on because when we arrived, I think it was winter, and it feels like spring now. But every single member of this team, every single member of the state grand jury staff, what we do well is work together as a team in complex investigations.
I'm with you, wifey, on that. Yes,
is my
I know. Yes,
SLED.
yes.
I can't thank them enough as well because we're used to working on these complex cases and working together. And I'm not leaving out Sheriff Hill and the Colleton County Sheriff's Office and our federal partners in Orangeburg and Charleston Sheriff's Office and all the other agencies that have worked on this case. I also want to thank Ms. Becky, if she's still up there, because she's been amazing. The clerk staff has been amazing. The court staff has been amazing. The bailiffs have been amazing. And again, I also want to thank this community who really has embraced us and has been so great to us and made us able to survive this process that has been long and arduous. And I have been sleeping. I hadn't been. And I have
He
been
did
eating
so great,
Morgan Kind bars
considering.
every now and then. But, and I'm sure that's a nice plug for Kind. But anyway, it really has been a great process.
It's
We will have
horrifying, isn't
sentencing
it?
tomorrow. Obviously, we're not going to comment on sentencing because that's still pending. But justice was done today. It doesn't matter who your family is. It doesn't matter how much money you have or people think you have. It doesn't
Right, in
matter
this case, I
what
think you have.
you think, how prominent you are. If you do wrong, if you break the law, if you murder, then justice will be done in South Carolina. And I think South Carolina has shown to the nation and the world how a process can work and work well. Thank y'all.
I'm happy for him. It's important, it's important, and they're trying.
Also, I want to thank Creighton. I told Creighton, I said,
Long
Creighton,
road.
I'm going to come down and I'm going to be just a staff attorney. I know I'm your boss. I'm your boss's boss's boss, but I said I'm going to come down and I'm going to help. And I said I'm going to follow instruction. And I hope I was true to my word. This past weekend, I was saying, what can I do to help? I said I'm willing to take a witness if it'll help. He said actually it would. So he let an old prosecutor dust off his cleats and get back in the game and to help the team out. And
I got to be the boss of the boss for a while.
Yeah, don't get used to it. No, but in all seriousness,
You guys are fucking hilarious about Miss Becky
I'm
in
proud
the
of the
chat.
decisions
You guys
that I
are so
made
funny.
in putting the people behind me so they invited me
My
in
feet.
charge of this case, and I was honored to be part of this team.
Yeah.
Just another member, just another
Okay.
worker bee in the trenches trying to bring justice to the people of
We have the worker bees
this-
and we have the
of this
busy
state,
bees.
and to bring justice to the people who couldn't be here tonight because they were brutally murdered by someone they trusted. Now, with that being said, I know a lot of people want to talk to us. A lot of people want to talk to some of the attorneys and the support staff and the agents, investigators here tonight. Some of you want to talk to me and others. We're going to make ourselves available to you. But like Mr. Waters just said, tomorrow there's a sentencing hearing, and we don't want to get out in front of our skis. And plus, I'm starting to feel the rain come down. But I promise you, we're going to make ourselves available to talk to members of the media.
Great. I'm glad you
to talk
shut
to all
back
of
for
you
the
out there
ending.
that
It's
have
just a little
questions.
thing,
We'll
but I
answer
just
any
hope you guys
questions
like
that
it,
we
that's all.
ethically can.
But we'll
We
see
hope
you
you'll
next time,
continue to be
Tennis Girl.
patient with
It's
us.
about probably about 20 minutes or
as
so
we
till the ending
finish
if I
this
don't pause
process
it.
tomorrow. Again, we're going to go back and get a good night sleep tonight. But again, thank you. I'm going to also, one last group that we didn't thank, the media.
This is a big deal right
all,
here.
I know a lot of people in
It's
this
a big deal.
polarizing world we live in, a lot of people take shots at the media, but the
I
media was
appreciate
incredibly
this from him.
respectful.
I appreciate this.
You were so good, not just to us, but listen, to the families of the victims, okay? I know this is an awkward situation, but you protected the identities of people. And
I'm going to be real quick, I promise, with this pause, because I know I want you guys to be able to see the end. But this is an interesting thing. And I remember we heard it the other day. It was on, I think it was on STS. I'm trying to remember who it was. But there was victims of somebody, relatives of somebody. Who was it? And it was a similar thing where they said, oh, you know who it was? It was Ellen Greenberg's parents. And they were like, we have to give all of our thanks to the media, because if it wasn't for the media, this wouldn't even be happening or whatever. And I think it's really interesting when you have people who, similarly here, right? It's such a polarizing thing. Like he said, there's people who are just like, the media is the worst, blah, blah. And so I find it really interesting when you have either victims coming out and saying, thank you to the media, thank you for keeping the story alive. And same thing with like, people in the court system, the government, where they're saying thank you to the media because the media was so respectful and followed the rules, and they did their job correctly. And I don't know, it's interesting, but I'm going to keep playing it.
You protected the process, and I want to thank you for your part in this and telling
protected
the
the
stories,
process because
educating
it
the
means that
public
we all get to
on what's
watch it,
going on
right?
out there.
Without media,
So
we
now
can't.
I'm going to stop speaking as an attorney general, and I'm going to close as a father and as a husband to say that when you go home tonight, hug your loved ones, hug your spouse, hug your children, because this case reminds us of anything that you can't take for granted that people in your family are always going to be there. And right now, when I get home tomorrow, I'm going to hug mine, and I hope you hug yours. But thank you again. Thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your prayers. You came and prayed for me. I see a lot of people come and say we're praying for you. We appreciate your prayers. Thank you all so much. And this is going to conclude this press conference. We look forward to talking to all of you tomorrow.
On to sentencing.
Thank you.
Here we go. Justice, you guys. And at the end of the sentencing is when I have the thing I was referring to. It's nothing big, but I just hope you guys
Your
like
Honor,
it.
Mr. Griffin and I would have no comment. The defendant would like to address the court, though.
You guys, this is disgusting. Don't throw up. Don't throw up, guys.
I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie,
Ugh.
and I would never hurt my son, Pawpaw.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah. But here, let's appreciate
Anything
there he is.
further?
His prison outfit, you guys, for the first time.
I don't think further comment is necessary, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll
Great and well
come
said.
before the court for sentencing.
Well said. Well said, Creighton. Here we go.
This has been
Ugh.
perhaps one of the most troubling cases, not just
guys.
for me as a judge, for the state, for the defense team, but for all of the citizens in this community, all the citizens in this state, and as we have seen based on the media coverage throughout the nation.
World.
You have a wife who's been killed, murdered, a son savagely murdered, a lawyer, a person from a respected family who has controlled justice in this community for over a century, a person whose grandfather's portrait hang at the back of the
So good.
courthouse that I had to have ordered removed in order to ensure that a fair trial was had by both the state and the defense. And I've sat through the trial. Not only have I sat through the trial, but also as the presiding judge of the state grand jury, sat through and participated in the
The
issuance
color
of
has changed completely. All the colors.
search warrants of various sorts, bond hearings, and
Look at that girl's hair
have had to consider many things.
in front of Buster.
And we have this case, and I'm also assigned to preside over 99 others, at least 99 other cases.
It goes up to over 100.
Though
by the time
testimony has come up regarding many of those other cases, I will not make any comment with regard to any other pending matter, as I have been assigned those cases as well. It's also particularly troubling, Mr. Murdaugh, because
John Marvin, though.
as a member of the legal
my heart.
community and a
My heart.
well-known member of the legal community, you've practiced law before me, and we've seen each other at various occasions throughout the years. And it was especially heartbreaking for me to see you go in the media from being a grieving father who lost a wife and a son to being the person indicted and convicted of killing them. And you've engaged in such duplicitous conduct here in the courtroom,
Duplicitous is a good word.
here on the witness
Describe it.
stand, and as established by the testimony throughout the time leading from the time of the indictment and prior to the indictment throughout the trial to this moment in time. Certainly, you have no obligation to say anything other than saying not guilty. And obviously, as
This
appeals
is where
are
it gets real interesting here.
probably expected or absolutely expected, I would not expect a confession of any kind. In fact, as I've presided over murder cases over the past 22 years, I have yet to find a defendant who could go there, who could go back to that moment in time when they decided to pull the trigger or to otherwise murder someone. I have not been able to get anyone, any defendant, even those who have confessed to being guilty, to go back and explain to me.
And that's the difference, right? Because if they haven't
what
confessed, they're
happened
probably
at
going to try to
that
maintain their
moment in
innocence
time
through the appellate process.
when they opted to pull the trigger, when they opted to commit the most heinous crimes known to man. In this case, qualifies under our death penalty statute.
This part, you guys.
Based on the statutory
Speaking of
aggravating
death penalty,
circumstances of
there we go.
2 or more people being murdered
Yep, here we are.
by the defendant by one act
They could have done it.
or
They could have
pursuant
done
to
it.
one scheme or course
They could have done
of
it.
conduct. I don't question at all the decision of the state not to pursue the death penalty. But as I sit here in this courtroom and look around the many portraits of judges and other court officials and reflect on the fact that over the past century, your family, including you, have been prosecuting people here in this courtroom, and many have received the death penalty, probably for lesser conduct.
There it is. Man.
Remind me of the expression you gave on the witness stand. Was it tangled?
Tangled web.
It's Jim chiming in.
Oh, what tangled web we weave. What did you mean by that?
Meant when I lied, I continue to lie.
Yeah.
And the question is, when will it end? When will it end? And it's ended already for the jury because
That's right.
they've
Fuck yeah.
concluded that you continued to lie and lied throughout your testimony.
Yes.
And perhaps with all the throng of people here, they, for the most part, all believe, or 80, 90%, 99% believe that you continue to lie now when your statement of denial to the court. Perhaps you believe that it does not matter, that there's nothing that can mitigate a sentence given the crimes that were committed.
That's an interesting thought.
You know, a notice of alibi was filed in this case by counsel in November, and we conducted a hearing, pretrial hearing.
Wow.
In which you claimed to have been someplace else at the time the crime was committed.
Okay, I have to pause it real quick because I forgot about this part. Notice of alibi. You guys know, like, I forgot this was in the sentencing, but just like Koberger, right? And they have a hearing about it. Same thing. I just completely forgot. So they had a notice of alibi. Like that. I'm gonna rewind it for a second so we can, but what he's saying is this speaks to what when Creighton was saying how I think Creighton was saying in his closing how even up until right before the trial, even his attorneys thought he wasn't at the kennels. And that's what they're referring to, is that they were running an alibi defense that he wasn't there. Imagine what it must have been like for Dick and Jim to find out he was there. How did they, I can't even wrap my head around that. Let me rewind this just a sec. Just to hear that. That's really insane.
Someplace else at the time the crime was committed.
Hold on, I didn't go back far enough.
by counsel in November, and we conducted a hearing, pretrial
Okay,
hearing.
so he's saying in November. Remember, the trial started, what, beginning of February, end of January? He's saying that in November, they had a hearing for running it's the alibi defense. So that means at that time in November, so just what, 3 months max, 3 months or less before the trial, they still didn't know he was at the kennels.
In
Oh
which
my God.
you claim to have been someplace else at the time the crime was committed. Then, after all of the witnesses placed you at the scene of the crime
Dear God.
at the last minute,
Yes, indeed.
or last minutes or days, you switch courses and admitted to being there. And then that
And that's the thing.
necessitated more lies.
So the
and
alibi,
continued to
remember,
lie.
that's the alibi. I mean, they still kind of tried to run it. It threw the whole thing off. It threw the whole trial strategy off. Alex fucked it because literally they were running an alibi defense, right? With that he was at Almeida and he wasn't there. And like, they still tried to do that. But then at the same time, everybody identified his voice on that video that he was there. But they still tried to run the alibi strategy, but it's just hard when there's proof that you were there. I think that what happened was, I don't know why it got pushed to trial. I don't remember. Maybe he didn't want to waive his right to speedy trial. I mean, what's crazy to me is that they didn't change strategy. I don't remember if he waived speedy or not. Let me look it up because that could impact what happened with all this. I'm doing a Google search real quick on my phone. Did Alex Murdaugh waive speedy trial? So my phone has voice to text memorized where if I say Murdaugh, it spells it correctly because obviously it's not spelled the way it's pronounced. Is it going to even give me the answer about the speedy trial? Here we go. Okay, hold on. He requested a speedy trial. Yeah, that's why. That's what I thought because that explains it. Yep. The speedy trial. That's right. Okay, so let me explain this real quick. God damn it. Okay, why would people want to keep their maintain their right to a speedy trial? There's many reasons, but the point is it's a strategy. And the strategy is essentially you're hoping the prosecution's not going to be ready. So it's a whole game of chicken. We heard about this a lot with BK too. It's a game of chicken for both sides, right? Who's going to be ready when? So they were hoping, I guess their thought was they were hoping the prosecution wouldn't be ready. So that would explain, because otherwise I was like, if they learned that he was there, why the fuck did they not push the trial out? Because and go and start from scratch with their defense strategy, because that's insane to get that information less than 3 months before trial and still go to trial. But that's why, because they would have had to waive speedy, and they didn't. They wanted to maintain those. That's why. So that was a gamble. That's interesting. That was the gamble. They could have gambled. They could have made the gamble. They could have said, well, maybe the state's going to be ready anyway, and maybe it's better for us to waive speedy and give more time to evaluate the defense with this new information. And the risk they took was they said, well, no, we're not going to. And it might have been, of course, Alex would have the final say, but he didn't want to waive speedy. And so they were stuck with what they had, right, for their defense strategy. So, but everything that we heard was still kind of what they would have done anyway, right? They were trying to prove he wasn't there. But it was hard because there was proof that he was there. Ugh. A gallant effort. So the thing is that attorneys can't just walk away from a client. Just so you know, this is something that maybe most people don't know. You can't just not remember, like, again, if we can refer to Sarah Boone, I mean, different in a lot of ways, but there's a whole process. Once you represent someone as counsel, you guys are kind of together for life, through all the way through past the grave, honestly. Attorney-client privilege and all that. It's like more than being married in a way. People will get divorced quicker than like attorneys. Like, you're stuck together. So it's a big deal. Even if you're not court appointed or whatever, it's still a big deal. It's like doesn't really happen. There there has to be some sort of huge conflict, and it has to be approved. In other words, even if they wanted to not be his attorneys anymore, I don't think they could bail. I don't think it would get approved by a judge because they wouldn't have, like, you can't just say, well, I know my client did it, I don't want to represent him anymore. It's not allowed. It's just not legally, they don't have that option. So I know it's easy to forget. It really is. I forget it myself too, actually, because I know, I totally understand. It's like so hard to do. It's like they're defending you, but you have to remember. So you think about it, right? They might, whether they're court appointed or not, court appointed, that process happens when someone's still not guilty or innocent, right before trial. So at that point, they're going ahead, and that's their thing. This person didn't do it, blah blah, or whatever the case may be. But they might. And then as the time goes on, they might learn they will learn new information, right? They might learn more information that confirms that the person didn't do it, or it could go the other way, but they've already committed. And there's like, again, it's like more than married. Too much commitment, they can put my ass in jail. That's fucking hilarious. Wait, hold on. What was this year? They had to get the case ready. Yeah, the speedy trial thing. So that's like the right to a speedy trial. Every state, I think it's the same length in every state. It's 6 months, I think, at least in most states, if not every state. That's true. Again, remember, we're going back to the whole thing, the burden that the prosecution, the government has, right? They have a lot of responsibilities and a lot of burden. So among all the burdens we've talked about today, there's another burden, and that's the speedy trial. Anytime that someone is being charged with a crime, that defendant has a right to a speedy trial automatically. What that means is this. If they maintain their right to a speedy trial and they don't waive it, and that's the defendant's choice alone, the state has to bring them to trial. Think about this, and it's like, oh my God, no wonder it's such a clusterfuck in the court systems, right? The state has to bring them to trial within 6 months, or the charges are dropped. You hear me? This is huge. So this is a huge bargaining chip that both sides will use. And this was a big deal with BK. The hearings about the speedy trial were really fascinating. And so it's a whole thing. And so if you're going to waive it, usually you want to wait until last minute to waive it. Because once you, like I said before, I've said it before, I'll say it again. When you waive a right, any right, okay, you don't get it back. It's gone. See ya. Sayonara. When you waive it, it's gone. And that's why it's such a big deal. So you maintain your right to a speedy trial. So the prosecutions, they have to assume that they're going to trial for any case, unless there's a plea or something, within 6 months. And then if they get more time because they waive speedy, then it would be a pleasant surprise, but that's their burden. They have to bring them to trial or the person walks. Now, in that case, they could bring the charges again because there's no double jeopardy. Double jeopardy only attaches after there's a jury verdict. But still, you don't want to have to do that, right? So hopefully that makes sense. Well, some of us will know it's you. It's going to be hard not to call you wifey and chat and stuff, But yeah, so I don't know what, you should always have the freedom to be weird and be yourself. Okay, but let me keep playing. All interesting discussions.
And
right, about just, the alibi.
I said, where will it end? It's already ended for many who have heard you and concluded that it'll never end. But within your own soul, you have to deal with that. And I know you have to see Paul and Maggie during the night times when you're attempting to go to sleep. I'm sure they come and visit you. I'm sure.
All day and every night.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I can't. It's disgusting.
And they will continue to do so. And reflect on the last time they
I love how he
looked
completely
you
just
in the eyes.
ignores how Judge Newman means that.
As you look the jury in the eyes.
That's right. That's
I
not
don't know,
great with all that questioning about looking in the eyes.
Person who's always been such a gregarious, friendly person.
This part's interesting too.
And cause your life to be tangled in such a web, such a situation that yours have spun into.
I think this is a case Judge Newman
it's
will
so
never forget in his
unfortunate.
long career. I really do, because it is very unique.
Because you had such a lovely family of such friendly people, including you.
God.
And to go
Real
from
quick,
that.
I was listening to an interview with Mark Tinsley, who I love, and Mark Tinsley made a great point regarding this comment. And it's real quick. It was that Judge Newman. So you know how we've heard about all the time in this trial, right? They talk about the trial lawyers conference at Hilton Head, where they go every year or twice a year, and they bring their families. They talked a lot about it throughout the trial, but it's a family thing, and that's what they do. And I don't know if it's like that in every state. I doubt it, because think about how much more that would cost. But this is so South Carolina, right? They're like, yeah, we're going to have this thing, and it's a family event. It's not a lawyer event. It's a family event, even though it's a conference for attorneys. I remember the first time I heard that, I was like, what? Like, what? Where else on the planet is there ever a conference that is like that? Is insane. And all the families are welcome. Like, usually it's like kids wouldn't even be allowed, even if you paid for them yourselves to come. I don't know. But really interesting, right? But I think that also is part of why they're all so tight knit and they all know each other, right? But here's the part that the point Mark Tinsley was making was that Judge Newman would actually have known Maggie and Paul and Buster to a certain extent. He would have been around them as kids. Their kids would have been around each other at these trial lawyer conventions. And so that's when he says, you have such a lovely family. Mark Tinsley brought that to life by saying he actually would have, either met them or interacted with them. It's heartbreaking. It's just awful.
To this, your license to practice law has been stripped away from you. You turned from lawyer to witness.
I know, right? I would love that.
And now have an opportunity to make your final appeal as an ex-lawyer. And it's almost, it's really surprising.
I would be
that you're waiving this right.
Would be the one to do this, and she could do it. She could make that happen.
And if you opt to do so, it's on you. You're not compelled to say anything, but you have the opportunity to do so.
Judge, I tell you again, I respect this court.
Fuck you, sir.
But I'm innocent. I would never.
I want to throw my computer against the wall, but it would ruin the live stream.
And I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my son, Pawpaw.
Yeah.
And it might not have been you. It might have been the monster you become when you take 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 opioid pills. Maybe you become another person. I've seen that before. The person standing before me was not the person who committed the crime, though it's the same individual. We'll leave that at that. Before announcing sentence on these cases, with regard to all of the other pending cases, are any of them here in Colleton, or I'm sure some of them are?
Yes, sir.
Half of them, or?
I don't have that in front of me, but there are a substantial number of charges here. There's some in Hampton, Orangeburg, Beaufort, Allendale. There may be others that I'm not thinking of right now.
We might have worn out our welcome here in Colleton.
I was going to say real quick, too, I know I've told you guys that EDB during the Murdaugh trial, she had over 50,000 people in her chat. I'd forgotten this, but she actually mentioned it the other day. I'd forgotten until she mentioned it. But during Det v. Heard, this is just going to blow some of y'all's minds. During Det v. Heard, which I was watching that, but I'm never in her chat, and so I'm not ever looking at those numbers. But when Det v. Heard happened, I don't even think I even would have understood or fathomed what that, if that was how many people were a lot. I wasn't looking. I didn't even look at anything like that, But anyway, she had over 300,000 people in chat for Det v. Heard. Can you fucking imagine? Over 3. How does that not break the internet? And the whole, I can't. How? Has that ever happened in the history of a chat anywhere? I wouldn't even think YouTube would even have that capability. 300,000 people in chat. What? It's so anyway, but I was going to say, because on this topic of LawCon, she would be the one to do it. Don't be sorry. We're almost to the end. The part I keep talking about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. That I think was Judge Newman being kind of generous there with that drug statement, you know. Because opioids
There
don't
have
really
been,
do
and
that
I'll
to
take
people,
this opportunity
you know.
to thank Sheriff Hill and
And I will say, like, for other lives, it's different. Like, there's times where she's covering other stuff and she might have, like, it's actually a normal number, you know, like comparable to, you know, other channels like STS or whatever. Like, I mean, I know there's been STSs. There was one or there's been certain ones where it was like, maybe it was during the Adelson trial where there was like 8,000 or 9,000, I think, people in chat. And there's been times where EDB's been live and she's had less than that. But for the most part, I mean, like her regular Tuesday, Thursday live streams probably have over, I mean, I honestly don't know. It's probably over 10,000 if I had to just guess. But during her people, it's like during the live trial coverage is when people tend to, more people watch for that, it seems like. But
officials and really everyone I've met and dealt with while here in Colleton County, just been great. But without any delay, we're going to schedule some of the other matters. I know Mr. Harpootlian's scheduling is complicated.
I can't wait to see what you guys think about the ending for this.
Be able to be here.
I hope you guys like it.
Defending Mr. Murdaugh, as well as the Attorney General's office, with all the other many things and obligations you have. And to be able to have the Attorney General here, Alan Wilson, for the period of time that he's devoted to being here, along with everyone else, it's been quite a sacrifice. But there are other victims whose cases deserve to be heard. And this case has jumped some of those other cases.
If you wait 30 seconds, you'll get to see the special ending. It's almost over. Just finishing sentencing. If you can hang on,
this case resulting
30 seconds,
in assault
probably.
on the
It's almost over.
integrity of
I
the
just want you to see
judicial
the ending
system
part.
in our state, law enforcement in our state. Even during this trial, the law enforcement have been maligned for the past 5 or 6 weeks by one who had access to the wheels of justice, to be able to deflect the investigation. And as the evidence is pointed out in this case, the looming storm that Mr. Waters talked about, you can just imagine on that day, June 7th, when a lawyer is confronted and confesses to having stolen over $500,000 from a client. He has a tiger like Mark Tinsley on his tail, pursuing discovery in the case involving the death of Mallory Beach, and having a father, for the most part, on his deathbed. I could imagine, or really can't imagine, but I know it had to have been quite a bit going through your mind on that day. But amazingly, to have you come and testify that it was just another ordinary day.
This is it. This is it. He's wrapping it up.
My wife and
Thank you for
son
hanging
and I
on,
were
Mikey.
out just enjoying life. Not credible, not believable.
This is it.
You can convince yourself about it, but obviously you have the inability
Yes.
to convince anyone else about that. So if you made any such arguments as a lawyer, you would lose every case like that. Cases you will never have an opportunity to
Yes.
argue anymore, except perhaps your own, as you
That's right.
Sit in the Department of
Preach.
Corrections.
Yes, Judge Newman.
Anything further?
Here we go. They're going to take him away, and then I have the ending.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments
Fuck yeah.
in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh, I sentence you for a term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably love so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life. Those sentences will run consecutive. Under the statute involving possession of a weapon during a violent crime, there is no sentence where a life sentence is imposed on other indictments. That is the sentence of the court, and you are remanded to the State Department of Corrections.
Cool. This is it.
And officers may carry forth on the imposition.
Carry forth on the imposition. Here we go. That's it. Hopefully it was worth staying up for the little ending, but I put that together something to, instead of the normal ending that I have, because it's the end of the whole thing, right? Like this is the end of the whole series. So, but this was awesome to do with you guys, and it's crazy, right? Like that's it, like for the trial. Yes, we we try, but thank you, wifey. I thought you might like it. I remember when I was doing the field trip stuff, and I saw this particular shot. Like I was just doing like the street view on Google Maps, and I was like, I remember thinking like, I know exactly. I want this to be the very end, because I just really liked the particular expanse, kind of where the way the light is and stuff. So, yeah. So, okay, y'all are awesome. And I know everybody has other things to go do, but I will see you guys for the next series with Gloria Satterfield. And I'm hoping to be able to maybe start that on Saturday. Just when you think things can't get any crazier, right? It's going to be insane. So, I appreciate all of you guys who've been here for this series, replay crew, everybody who's waited and asked great questions and contributed and made this so much fun and so enjoyable for everybody to think it through, and we'll continue to do that as we go along with the other cases and the other series, Night Wifey, Triple R Wifey, and I will go ahead and I will roll the outro and see you guys on the next series.